Up against Armenta and Washington. Strokes the first pitch into left field for a leadoff single.
Really aggressive. Again, that seems to be the game plan on the Royals offense. Is early swings. That was a really nice hit on a breaking ball. Look for them to steal here. Look for them to make something happen.
You got the lefty on the hill. Maybe that kind of curtails it just a little bit, but Washington trying to take that lead and trying to time it just right. First pitch misses away.
Yeah, they feel like they got a good enough lead where, they could take chances. They could take chances and stay aggressive and maybe add on to this lead.
This is Gissoff's first plate appearance as he just came into the ball game in the top of the third.
And this is what, you touched on this earlier. This is what, getting the first out of the inning is huge at this level because now there's a lot of pressure on Armenta to throw strikes here.
Grounded to third. Going to go the long way and get the force out. Good play over at third base by Cabarcas. Good scoop there by Phillips at second to get out number one.
Yeah, really nice, really nice. That was a tough play by the second baseman, to be able to pick it with the runner coming in and the base being there, and he stayed calm and picked it really nice. So that settles everybody down a little bit.
Leslie will come to the plate here. He walked and scored. In the second. As Armenta shows that pickoff, and he's pitching from the far side of the rubber, so that was a little bit of a longer throw.
Yeah, trying to keep them honest a little bit, making sure they don't go anywhere.
Ball skied foul. I was right-handed. I always wanted to be left-handed.
Me too. Me too. I feel like it was easier to hit. Everybody that I watched through my years, they always said, you got to throw righty and hit lefty, and it's true.
I actually have a friend right now. When his kid was 2, he put the bat in his hand and told him, hey, you're going to hit from this side.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. That's probably the easier side. You don't see as many lefties, lefty on lefty. You get a lot of righties, and the ball comes into you.
Here's the 1-1. That pitch misses down. At this point of my life, I probably throw a better lefty than I do righty. That's a problem.
Going back to the lefty swinger, I always remember, talking to George Brett. Obviously he's an icon here.
Runner takes off. Pitch skied out to left. Good catch made by Churchman. Nearly doubled off Gissoff at first for the second out.
Yeah, really nice athletic play right there by the left fielder. Went all the way down to the line, almost by the fence, caught it, and threw a really nice, showed off his arm, threw it to first, almost doubled him up. But going back to George Brett, a lot of guys saw him, how easy he made it look, from the left side, and yeah, that was cool to talk to him.
First pitch in for a strike to Foster. Foster wearing that big 45 like a former Royal Steve Balboni.
Yeah.
He hit one like Balboni in the second. Bases clearing triple. Drove in 3 and ultimately scored the 5th run. This one skied out to right. But this time, Rhodes Sesson is unable to bring it in. And they're going to come home with it. Here's the play at the plate, and he is out at the plate.
What a play. What a play all around.
Good relay there. Ball came in to Reynolds at short. They tried to sneak Gissoff in. A strike to the catcher, Hunter, and he puts the tag on, and that will end the inning. One single, an error, but it ends up not costing the Cardinals at all. It's 5-0 after we've played 3 innings. It's the Major League Baseball RBI Central Region Tournament brought to you by Nike. Here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri, 5-0 Royals over Cardinals in this opening game of pool play in the senior division. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon, looking to see if the Cardinals can somehow find some offense to get back into this ball game.
Yeah, they're trying. Definitely, Kansas City's done a good job keeping them, making pitches when they have to. So that's good to see. But, they're trying to make adjustments as an offense. They're trying to get on the plate. They're trying to get on base, which is good to see.
First pitch in for a strike.
And the last inning, that play was pretty cool to watch. I mean, you have a drop in right field, they throw it to second. The Royals try to be aggressive, trying to sneak one in, and they play catch, one hop, really nice tag at home plate.
There's all kinds of ways that you can otherwise affect a ball game, and sometimes the defense has to pick it up when the offense isn't quite getting it done.
Yeah, exactly, and stick with the play after whatever happens. You still got to throw somewhere and you got to be somewhere. So, in my opinion, I think they did a good job after the play.
Pitch fouled off 1-2. Kabarkis single to center to start the second inning. He's got one of the 2 Cardinals hits. Pitch misses way outside to even the count.
Yeah, they seemed the Royals, they're ready. They're on their toes. They're ready to they know they're going to get a ground ball here. Possibly, he's throwing fastballs away for the most part.
Keep your eye on that inside edge, though, as Gissoff tried to get in there and had a hit by pitch, but also got that called third strike to end the last inning. Did try to go in again. This time Kabarkis did a good job fouling that off.
Yeah, he's putting a good at-bat together here.
Here's the 2-2. Another one fouled off.
He's in the zone. Like you said, sometimes he's got that arm side run and comes in on righties. But he's, he's doing a good job throwing strikes.
Bark is a big kid out there. Tried to go inside, able to pull the hands in, but fouled it off.
They got to get the leadoff guy on base. I feel like that'll get them going a little bit.
Barkis, 16. In fact, he's 15. He doesn't turn 16 until later this year.
Yeah, he's a good-sized kid. You could tell he's got a lot in that bat. You know, if he catches one right, it can go a long ways.
Work the count full here to start the fourth.
Really good at bat.
Draws the walk. He fell behind 1-2, fouled a couple pitches off, able to get the count back in his favor, and it's going to get on as the leadoff hitter for the second time here this morning.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting here now. You could hear their dugout, you know, really getting pumped up about that. So they feel like they got a chance to score a couple here.
Maybe getting ready to make a change here. We'll see, they're talking it over a little bit, trying to determine whether or not they're going to make a change. And again, it's warm out there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And these young guys and the young ladies in the softball bracket, they're going to, like you said, stay hydrated. But, you know, long innings can sometimes kind of exasperate that a bit as well.
And that's exactly right. That's another advantage, you know. Competitive advantage. Like if you can keep your team off the field and play defense, you know, efficiently, where you can get back in and take a breather, that helps.
So Fatuno is at the plate for the Cardinals. He popped a short his first time up.
Be looking for him to be aggressive here in the first pitch.
Throw over to first. Not much doing, and, you know, you're down 5. You know, sometimes the thought is, hey, we got to do something to get back into it, but
Absolutely.
You don't want to, you know, take that chance this early.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure he's going to be a bit stationary.
Yeah,
See if the bats can do something.
Like you said, they got to get a couple more guys on to start, you know, being more aggressive. The last thing you want is to have, you know, an out made on the base or a mistake on a base, you know, base running wise. Down 5.
That pitch bounced.
They're getting good counts. You know, that's all they could do right now is getting good counts. Put a rally together. You know, make them work. Make the Royals work.
Breaking ball misses. That's ball 3. And the way that he's missing, it's starting to make you wonder if maybe he's a little gassed out there, and they may need to make a change here.
Yeah, a little bit of the body language, you know, when they had a meeting, you know, a little bit of, you know, it is hot out here, and, you know, maybe he's reaching that point.
3-0, though, is in for a strike, and slightly older than you. We didn't have these turf fields when we.
Yeah, this is nice. This is an amazing facility.
And it looks wonderful. The problem is, for these guys, at least anyway, the temperature is up just based on the composition of the field. That ball falls in. It fell fair, but it goes foul. It's going to be a foul ball for strike 2.
That's why you run it out right there. You just never know.
It was some tough communication. Again, that ball got up into the sun. When we first got here an hour ago, that sun was right over the scoreboard out and right. Now it's gotten up in the sky a little bit, and that ball got lost there. Looked like Foster kind of saw it and didn't see it. The catcher, Clark, really didn't see it. That ball landed fair, but it bounced foul. It could have been big trouble for the Royals.
Absolutely right. And I'm glad that sun went up because it was staring right at us. But, you know, it's like you said, communication right there is key. You know, if he can't see, he's got to be able to communicate right there. But, man, like, that's a tough play with the right. And credit to the hitter for getting to first base. You just never know. You got to run it out.
That ball off the end of the bat is going to fall into right field for a base hit. First two hitters work deep counts.
They got
Both
some
get
cooking.
on base.
They got some cooking. And you can hear the dugout, just take the momentum. You can hear them get louder and louder. They feel like they're in a good spot, and we're gonna have a pitcher change here.
Yeah, this is the second mound visit, so Gissoff is gonna come out, and again, he looked like he was laboring just a bit, and so he's gonna come out of the ball game here. I believe they may go back with Green. No, they're gonna bring someone else in here out of the bullpen. We'll check it out, and in fact, that's who it is. It's gonna be Green, who's going to re-enter the ball game, but now he's going to be on the bump. He's going to get a chance to warm up. We're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, Cardinals have something cooking. 5-0 Royals on top, but we'll see if they can hold that lead. Back here at the Urban Youth Academy, Cardinals have something cooking, and it has more to do than with just the temperature outside. First and second, nobody out. Pitching change made as Green re-enters for the Royals, and he's going to be tasked with trying to slow down the Cardinals here as Armenta comes to the plate.
Yeah, they
he
got some
struck
cooking.
out swinging in the second. Attempts to bunt and fouls it off for strike one.
Yeah, they got some cooking here. They're trying to bunt him over. This is where the Royals defense got to take it slow. Just take one out. They're giving it to you. That way you slow things down a little bit. The worst thing that can happen here is a mistake by the defense.
Pitch fouled off. 0-2. Showing that bunt, though, kind of, if you're the Cardinals, it just kind of shows that, hey, we know we still got enough ball game left here. We don't have to necessarily play for the big inning.
Right.
That pitch fouled off, but the bunt's not there anymore as Armenta is swinging away.
And they were trying to steal right there. They were trying to double steal, which is risky with the lefty up, and no outs. But, yeah, like you said, it's they feel like they still got a little bit of time just to get a couple here and then have a big inning.
Swing and a miss, strike three for the first out as Armenta strikes out for the second time today. It'll bring up Phillips, and the reason why he was able to try to attempt that steal was that no one looked back, no one was over there, but
right.
As you saw on that last pitch, Washington creeped over there, and they were trying to shorten that lead up just a bit. Now they're jockeying over at second.
Yeah, they're just making sure it's not easy for him to get to third, but yeah, that was the one pitch to do it. didn't seem to really, the Royals didn't seem to really care about the runner on second base, so he tried to take advantage of it.
Another swing, that ball tipped into the glove.
Credit to Green coming in, throwing strikes, man. Again, putting the pressure right back on St. Louis.
And again, you can see there's a significant change in velocity as well. You saw Clark tried to get the frame there. You don't have to worry about ABS here. If you can frame it pretty good, you may be able to get something to work for your side.
That's absolutely right. And I missed that about the game.
Tried to get that backdoor breaking ball, but wasn't able to get it back in. May have been just a bit high.
Really nice pitch. I mean, both pitches really around the zone. He's doing a good job.
Another fastball swing and a miss, and that's going to be out number 2 as Phillips strikes out for the second time.
You know, and that's the reason why right there you get him to chase, just because he was around the zone and he was making really, really good pitches on the corners.
Swing and a miss for strike 1. Cardinals have struck out 7 times here this morning. Hunter being one of them. Swing and a miss, strike 2.
This is where you got to find a way to put the ball in play. If you're St. Louis, you got to put the ball in play.
Hunter's choked up, and they're going to call strike 3 right down the middle at the knees. And after the first 2 hitters get on, Green comes in and strikes out the side. Second inning in a row that the Cardinals have left 2 on. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's Royals 5, Cardinals 0. Here in the bottom of the 4th, Amore Christian Cologne bringing you the action from the first game here in pool play in the senior division at the Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament, where the Royals have a 5-0 lead over the Cardinals as we bat here in the bottom of the 4th. Top of the order for the Royals, Smith will lead it off. Fouls the first pitch back. And again, outside of 1 inning, we haven't seen much happening. We've seen some movement, but otherwise it's just been that one tough inning in the second that has the Royals on top. Leadoff single there by Smith.
Yeah, watching this, that inning, really, the second inning was the inning that kind of unfolded, kind of made them, they're kind of not really feeling, the pressure for the Royals. Are playing with house money, so they're kind of just loose, and that inning was big for them.
There he goes. That ball smoked out to right. This time it's caught, and it's going to be a double play. And I said it was Cannon who led off with the single. Smith hits it out to right, and this time Rhodes Sesson, who's had some troubles out in right field, this time he makes the grab and throws to first for the double play.
That's why you got to be ready, man. No matter what happens in the game, you're going to get another opportunity. And look at him. He's out there flashing outs. He's pumped about it. That was good. It looked like a hit and run. And it just happened to go, good hit, good swing, happened to go down the line in right field, and he made a nice play. And the runner didn't really know where the ball went, so
and
it's
that
going to be
ball
a quick inning.
skied out to left field. Catch made. 3 pitches, 3 outs. It was a lot of action in those 3 pitches. I feel good for the kid out in right field, Rhodes Sesson, because he was having some struggles and was able to make a big play and contribute. 1 hit, no runners left on base. We've played 4. It's Royals 5, Cardinals 0. We welcome you here to the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City, Missouri. A. Moore with World Series champion Christian Colon as we bring you the first game in pool play here of the senior division of the Major League Baseball Nike RBI championships here in the Central region. And we've seen here one big inning for the Royals, Christian, and the Cardinals have been trying to battle back ever since.
Yeah, they had a big inning in the second inning, and ever since, you could tell that they took the momentum of the game. The Cardinals have had some chances, and they haven't been able to, capitalize. But they're playing hard still. It's good fun to watch.
Last couple of innings, the Cardinals have put a couple runners on base, but have been unable to capitalize. Quickly 0-2. The Royals have been changing pitchers. They're on pitcher number 3, trying to work these pitch counts and hopefully save these guys as they move along through the day and through the tournament.
Yeah, Smith started the game for the Royals and did a really good job throwing strikes, really big arm. And, after that big inning, they kind of went to different pitchers, and they're trying to, like you said, save some pitchers. There's some rules that they got to go by and kind of set up for later in the tournament.
Peterson gets bat on ball, hits it to short. Slick fielding play out at shortstop by Washington for the first out.
Really nice one-hand play right there, coming in on the ball. That's how you do it. Shortstop read the ball good, the hop, made a nice easy throw to first. That looks smooth.
Back to the top of the lineup, Churchman comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1, but he worked a pretty significant walk, at least as far as That particular inning was concerned and had started to get this offense going in the third.
Yeah, you could tell he's one of their leaders. Um, he plays with the chip on his shoulder. You could tell, and he's right on top of home plate, man, ready to get on base.
That breaking pitch got away a little bit. But again, that young man, Amir Churchman, he does not look to be concerned. He's not too worried about getting hit. He's just standing in there and say, hey, throw me a strike. I can work it.
Yeah, he's right on top of the plate. He's ready to swing. He's not afraid of getting hit, as we've seen before.
Green, again, the third pitcher here for the Royals. Got that good heat, but Churchman says it doesn't matter to me as he strokes one out to left. One out single as he gets the Cardinals started again here in the fifth.
See, that's the thing with him. Like, you could tell he's aggressive. He wants the moment. He's right on top of the plate. And really, baseball, is meant to be play aggressive like that. And I think he's definitely showing signs of, his confidence and how he wants to get his team involved. And, the game's not over, so they're fighting till the end.
16 years old, just celebrated a birthday on June 29th. Fastball misses away, and we've seen as they've gone through three pitchers here, the Royals have. We had some high velocity in the starter. Then they went to a little bit more of a breaking ball pitcher. Now they're back to the velocity again.
Yeah, they've done a good job being in the zone with all their pitchers. Just to be able to make pitches when they have to. The Cardinals have had runners on, but the pitching staff for the Royals have done a really good job just keeping them there.
5 base runners, 2 in each of the last 2 innings for the Cardinals. That ball stroked out to right field, but right into the hands of Palmer, and that's going to be out number 2.
Really nice swing, staying through the ball. He got a hit earlier that way up the middle. Really nice swing right there by Reynolds. Just no luck. And sometimes you better be lucky than good.
I tell you, as you saw in that Royals inning, a couple of balls just kind of dinked out there. Good breaking pitch in for a strike.
Right, you got to be able to find holes. That's all he could do. He got a good pitch, stayed on it, hit it good, just right at him.
Another breaking pitch, that one upstairs just a bit. And you learn these things as you continue to get innings and stuff. But that breaking ball is coming out of hand. It's really easy to see. You don't have to work on the deception. But that time, they're going to say no swing. Excuse me, no, they are saying a swing. I apologize for that. 1 and 2 is the count. It looked like a swing. I don't say. Yeah.
It's a tough angle, but as you could tell, he's in the zone, so these guys are ready to hit, and they're kind of chasing a little bit now too.
Runner goes, curveball, fouled off.
Nice play, third base coach.
Tried to get Churchman going and see if they could create a little movement on the bases, maybe find a hole.
Yeah.
This is your number 3 hitter, Patterson. Sam Patterson, he can really get a hold of one. His grounds at the short, Washington. Boy, that guy is slick over at shortstop.
That's nice.
Makes the play for the third out of the inning. A 1-out single by Churchman in the Cardinals. Stranded again. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's Royals 5, Cardinals 0.
they were up here asking how do I connect to live stream.
Yeah. The Warriors having a problem patching us in.
Back here in Kansas City, 5-0. Royals on top of Cardinals, opening of pool play here in the senior division of the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. First pitch lifted out to left field, 4 out, number 1.
Yeah, Palmer right there. Nice swing, but it just popped it up. Again, credit to Armenta. I mean, he's been out there the whole time, throwing strikes. Kind of after that second inning, we touched on. I mean, he's been, trying to keep him in there.
Roberson's up. He's got a triple and a run scored in that second inning. First pitch on the outside edge, 4, strike 1. And, for all the action that we've seen out here and all the offense that Kansas City has put up, Armenta has done a good job. He just had that one bad inning, but unfortunately that one bad inning has got his team behind.
Right, and like we talked about, a couple balls, just found holes and, turned into a big inning, but he's done a good job keeping them there, giving the team a chance.
Good breaking pitch on the outside edge for strike 2.
Robertson's hit the ball really good, both at bats. He's seen them well.
Grounded to third. Takes his time. Good job by Cabarcas for out number 2.
When that ball was hit initially, I thought it was going to be a lot closer. Really nice job staying calm there by the third baseman. Making a good strong throw across.
Washington has an RBI on a fielder's choice. Also has a single, 1 for 2. Make that 1 for 2 is.
Yeah, Washington slick. He's made a couple plays at short, looking good. He likes that color Volt. He's got the batting gloves, the shoes. Looks good.
All of it matches. This time he sends one out to deep left. But a good catch made out in left field by Churchman. And the Royals go down in order in the 5th.
Man, good baseball all around right there.
I tell you, the Cardinals just looking for some offense to try to get back in this one, but it's the Royals on top 5-0 after 5.
Sir,
It's back here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. It's 5-0. Royals on top of the Cardinals as we start the top of the 6th inning.
Yeah, it's getting to that point where we, they got to make something happen here quick.
Wade Green still on the mound here for the Royals. Good breaking pitch in for a strike.
And that's huge at this age to be able to throw a breaking ball 1-0. So they can just sit on your fastball. It's really nice.
Time he held on to it a little too long, bounces it. 2-1 is the count. Nafri Kabarkis is leading off. He's single to start the 2nd inning. And he walked to begin the 4th inning. So he's reached base twice for the Cardinals. That one lifted out to left field. Right into the glove of the left fielder, Brandon Cannon, for out number 1.
Kabarkis, he's had some good at-bats today, too. Nice plays at third. Really nice-looking ball player.
Fatuno, as that first pitch is inside, he's 0 for 1, popped out to short, walked in the 4th. Cardinals trying to get something started here with 1 out in the 6th. And Fatuno gets it up the middle for a 1-out single. He's been on base twice.
Yeah, he swung the bat well, too. It's just about trying to keep the line going, keep the line moving. Get on base any way you can right now.
Now you've got a pinch hitter coming up. That's going to be Curtis Howard pinch hitting.
And that's what you do when you pinch hit. You come in, you're ready to hit. He's not taking any pitches. He's ready to hit.
And how tough is that after you've sat on the bench, 3, 4, 5 innings and having to come in and see somebody who throws with this bit of velocity like Green does?
Well, I made a living that way, man. It was tough. It's fun because you don't know what you're gonna run into that day, but also it's tough. Just because you've been watching and you really got to pay attention to the game to be able to take advantage of some of the stuff that's going on the field. But yeah, you got to be aggressive. When you're a pinch hitter, you come in the game. You got to be aggressive. You got to get your hacks in, and I think that's what we're seeing here from Howard.
And I remember you had a relatively big hit around these parts. Coming in late, swinging a miss for strike 3. May or may not have won a pretty important ball game around here.
I was nervous. I was so nervous. As we get a timeout here, they're going to talk to the pitcher. I was so nervous. I tell the story all the time. Going into Citi Field, it was so loud. And then, getting that hit, it was so quiet after that. It was one of the coolest experiences I've ever had. Obviously, with that kind of, my brothers out there, man, that team was really close. It's a blessing. It's a blessing to be able to share that experience with, all the athletes that are coming up now. And I always tell them, you never know. You just never know if you're going to be the guy or not, and you just got to be prepared.
And on that particular day, you were. Something tells me you don't have to buy a lot of meals around these parts.
They've taken care of me, and I appreciate them. It was really, really awesome. 2014, 2015. It was just magical years, and we're hopeful that it happens again.
Well, as a guy who does not necessarily have an affinity for the New York Mets and their teams, I thank you.
I appreciate that. They're also having a tough year, and it's different. It's a different kind of thing in New York, man. It's but that's just kind of how it goes. Some years you're gonna have good good years and everything seems to happen the way it's supposed to, and then other years it just doesn't happen.
Got a courtesy runner coming in. That's going to be Andre Bell, who's in to run at first base.
I don't know, I didn't see his number, I'm sorry.
I mean, number 8, Andre Bell, in to run. It's a 2-1 count.
Hopefully he can get to second base here, you know. At least he can get one on the board.
That's what they brought him in to do, is steal second, and that's exactly what Bell does.
That was easy. Yeah, he went in the run and he took off first pitch he saw, man. It was easy.
3-1 the count now on Phillips. Base hit here gets you on the board. Trying to find some 2-out magic are the Cardinals. This one's going to be a grounder to second, though. Leslie over to first, and that will end the inning. The stolen base notwithstanding, Cardinals again unable to get much going. We're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 5-0 Royals here at the Urban Youth Academy. Bottom of the 6th inning. Here in the opening of pool play at the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City, Missouri. A.A. Moore, Christian Cologne bring you the action here from the opening game against the Cardinals and the Royals here in the senior division of the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. New pitcher in for the Cardinals, Jimmy Randall III. He will face Wade Green to lead it off. Landon Leslie and Grayson Foster also due up for the Royals. Good pitch in for a strike.
They haven't seen a new pitcher, so that you could tell they're taking their time, making sure they see him a little bit.
Green lofts one out to short left. Churchman, Amir Churchman is under it, and he misses it.
Good hustle by the runner to get to second base right there, and that, with the sun being up there, that's a tough play right there.
And it looked like the shortstop there, Reynolds, just Addison Reynolds thought that Churchman caught that ball. He turned away and was like, okay, we're good. And meanwhile, that ball is still moving and bouncing a little bit, and Patterson had to come over from center field.
Yeah, he might have called it early, and he kind of stayed out the way right there. But if they're paying attention, earlier on in the game, there was a pop up to shortstop, and it kind of kept carrying to second. That's kind of what happened there too. It just the ball kept going towards center field, and it's just a tough play right there, tough break.
That pitch is thrown behind, which is now the new hitter for the Royals. That's Christian Ewing in for his first at-bat of the ball game. Ewing skies one out to left. Churchman looked like he had a little trouble finding it, but then he does, and that's going to be out number one.
The ball will find you all the time, especially when you feel like, man, I just made a mistake for my team. You can't put your head down, and that's a credit to him in left field to be able to just stick with another one, almost identical play, and make the catch right there.
Here's Grayson Foster. Again, he's had the big hit. A double that drove in 3 in the 5-run second. And ended up scoring a run after that.
Yeah, we talked about Sherman, how he's a leader, and he plays with a chip on his shoulder, and he showed right there. He didn't put his head down and was ready to make another play. That was good to watch.
Strike 2 called. Kind of a funky angle that you see Randall throwing from. It's
Yeah, they saw it arm a little
right.
bit. Yep.
You see guys throwing a lot of 3/4. Runner takes off. Pitch inside. It's going to be a stolen base. Interesting slide there by Green.
They're getting used to the turf. But honestly, that's not a bad play right there. Trying to one out, trying to get to third base. Now we put the ball in play. Maybe scored a 6th run.
And that's exactly what happens. Grounder to short. And it's going to get the run home. Unearned run at that. But a 4th RBI for Grayson Foster.
I feel like that happened really quick right there. Good job by the Royals, exposing that. But they didn't have a chance to come in. The infield maybe could have came in and stopped that run from scoring. But kudos for the base running right there, stealing third and putting the ball in play. You get a run out of it, and you kind of put the game away a little bit more.
Yeah, it was already going to be a struggle trying to get to 5, but now it's up to 6. It just makes it that much tougher for the Cardinals in the 7th. That ball skied out behind second base, but the catch will be made by Phillips for the final out. Another run, again, unearned for the Royals. Last rights for the Cardinals as they come up in the 7th, trailing 6-0. Top of the 7th. Here in the first game of the Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. A 5 spot in the second inning has given the Royals all they need, and then they add one in the 6th to lead 6-0. 3 outs away from getting their first win. The Cardinals going to try to do something about that. New pitcher on the mound for the Royals. Cameron Washington moves in from short, and he's now on the bump. First pitch outside for a ball. Wade Green is going to move back to third base, and now over at shortstop is going to be Thomas Smith as they look to get the 3 outs that will get them into the win column. Second pitch misses.
Yeah, he's coming in throwing pretty good. He's got a good arm. He's got to find the zone here.
But he's missed again. He's already fallen behind 3-0 to the pitch hitter, Maxwell Lewis. Swinging 3-0, fouls it off. Well,
yeah,
wait.
That all right, right there, down 6, 3-0 count. You want base runners, but like I said, these kids, pinch hitting, they're ready to hit.
And he's going to take ball 4 and get on base to start the top of the 7th. And again, I'm sure Lewis was sitting over there the whole time. He's like, it's hot. You're not going to cheat me out of the swing. I'm trying to get one.
Yeah, he ended up walking, so that's good.
Jackson Peterson will come to the plate. First pitch in for a strike.
It's about getting outs now for the defense. Making sure they get outs.
That ball goes to the backstop. It's going to be a wild pitch.
Because the worst thing that can happen now is that you put guys on base, with walks and just create some kind of a rally for St. Louis.
And the Cardinals have done a good job rallying. It just they haven't gotten a big hit. And Washington throws another one to the backstop.
Yeah, they really have, and here's another opportunity to maybe score one here. But they've had opportunities, and credit to the Royals. They've had good pitchers, and they've actually made some good pitches. So they've been able to hold them off.
Pinch runner in, courtesy runner in over at third base now. It's going to be Edgar De Los Santos, who's standing on third, possibly with the first run for the Cardinals. Pitch upstairs for ball 3. Kansas City brings the infield in. They're
don't
going for the shutout.
They don't want to give up any runs.
But Washington has walked the first 2 hitters that he's faced.
Yeah, he's throwing a little, he's doing too much, trying to throw too hard, I think. You just got to get in the zone here, and he's pretty effective when you throw strikes.
What it's done is it's brought it back to the top of the order with Churchman, and Churchman has been an igniter for this team.
Yep. Going to get right on that plate. Right on that plate. Look for a pitch outer half and put a good swing on it.
Runner takes off. They throw it down and it gets thrown away. And that error is going to plate the first run for the Cardinals.
Yeah, tough break right there. Third baseman didn't really have a chance to get in front of the base runner, and he had to pick the ball at the same time, and it got away. Give him some momentum to the Cardinals.
That time Churchman skies it. And Washington,
yeah,
maybe he still thought he was at shortstop.
Yeah.
But he picks it.
He's an athlete, man. He's an athlete, so he's out there, sees the ball close to him. He's going to try to catch it. Very rare you see a pitcher catch a pop-up. So that was cool to see.
That'll be the first out. Brings Reynolds to the plate.
So one thing that Washington needs to be able to, his coaches are going to probably tell him, and he's going to be able to see, is that when he's from the windup, it tends to be a little wild, but now he's out of the stretch and as he hits this guy. But he seemed to be more in the zone. He maybe less moving parts.
Well, his wildness has allowed the Cardinals to start a little bit of a rally here. One already in. Still a lot of work to do. But you've got the middle of this order. They have had some really good swings here this morning.
Yeah.
Chance to do some damage here.
Yeah, this could turn in a hurry, and that's part of, like I said, throwing strikes, and they're going to have a talk with them real quick. You know, throwing strikes at this level is important. At any level, really, when we talk about baseball. That's the name of the game.
And this can get away relatively quickly, especially if you're not throwing the strikes like you should. And, you know, when I see mound visits like this, it takes me back. And, again, I'm older than you. I don't want to date myself too heavy. But someone asked me a couple of days ago, why do people put hands over their mouths when they're out talking on the mound? And I take that back, 1989. Like I said, a long time ago, Greg Maddux pitching in the playoffs to Will Clark. They go out to a mound visit, and Clark is watching the conversation, and he sees exactly what they're going to throw him. He throws him a fastball on the next pitch. He knew exactly what it was. He hits a grand slam.
Yeah,
Giants end up winning the game in the series. But now everyone covers their mouth when they talk.
Hey, you know what? If you're good at lip reading, you'll be able to pick that up, and that's a really good advantage, you know, if you're a hitter.
But Washington is having some real troubles as he throws another one to the backstop. And the count is already 3-0.
Yeah, we just can't give them, you know, anything. They got to be able to earn it, and I think right now, you know, not sure how much longer they can stick with him if he can't find it.
Throws that one to the backstop for ball 4. The bases are now loaded. There's one out. The Royals do have someone getting up in the bullpen and trying to get up in a hurry because Washington has been unable to find the zone.
He's kept his composure, though. He's kept his head high, which is great to see again. Still 6-1.
But the bases are loaded. The cleanup hitter, Kabarkis, is up, and he can change that number in a hurry. You've got Fatuma hitting after him, and he's got 2 hits already today. Another one to the backstop.
So right there, as a base runner, we've got to be able to score. That's you got to anticipate that he's been struggling throwing strikes. So as a third baseman, runner at third base, I should say, you got to be ready to score right there. That's just another run, and maybe possibly continue the rally.
Well, Stephen Clark, he's the catcher back there, and I tell you what, it's hot out there. There's a shot line right to shortstop. Wow. Double play will end the ball game. Wow.
You got to love baseball. You got to love it. I mean, it hits it right on the nose. Happens to be right at him. Double play. Man.
Not much more you can do if you're the Cardinals right there. Washington finally gets a pitch in the zone. Kabarkis is all over it. The base runner couldn't move. It was actually coming right at him. If he doesn't move, he probably gets pelted with the ball. Just so happens to be that Smith is right behind him, catches it, touches the bag, double play, game over.
What an ending. Right
Man,
there.
I tell you what, 6-1, but it wasn't the blowout that the score would otherwise indicate, but a big win for the Royals to start this tournament.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. It was really one inning that really got things started for the Royals, and then, you know, they got one late. But right there, that was, you know, there was some luck involved right there that helped the Royals out for sure.
Well, Kabarkis, I know he doesn't feel good about it, but he's been tattooing the ball this morning, and hopefully that carries on for him and his team as they move forward here in the tournament. So the Royals in the win column, they're up 1-0 with a 6-1 win over the Cardinals. These two teams will play again. And in fact, the next game here should begin at approximately 10:45, where the Cardinals will play again. They'll play against the Brewers team out of Milwaukee. We'll see how that works out. But again, final score, Royals 6, Cardinals 1. Christian Colon will be back with you in just a few minutes for our next contest. Time for game 2 here at the Major League Baseball RBI Central Region Tournament, brought to you by Nike. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon with you here in Senior Division pool play, where we already saw a great game where the Royals defeated the Cardinals 6-1. Cardinals back out here again now, taking on this Milwaukee squad. And, you know, Christian, after you've played out here, it's been a little warm. You got to play the back-to-back game. It's going to be a little tougher here against a fresh Milwaukee team.
Yeah, they put themselves in a spot where they got to come out now and be aggressive. They got to be able to score early. That way they can get, you know, that pressure off of them. But as we look out there, they seem pretty relaxed. They seem ready to go. You know, they had a tough game, the first game, but you know, you couldn't tell from looking at it now. They're ready to go for this second game.
They're going to be the home team this time, so they will get the last swings. And it does say something that you've gotten a chance to get out here and get some of those first game jitters behind you.
Absolutely. The nerves are real, especially when, you know, you're playing the first game of the first day. They had a tough one inning. Really, there was the decision, you know, making of the game. And now you could tell they're more loose. They're ready to play. So hopefully, you know, they come out and put a good performance.
Well, Milwaukee had an opportunity to look at this Cardinals team, and what you were able to see was a team that was able to get some rallies started. They had some opportunities, but left some guys on base. And you talked about luck. Sometimes working on your side, it worked a little against this Cardinals team.
Yeah, they did. Especially that inning, you know, where the Royals came out and scored 5 runs. You know, they just couldn't get that big hit, you know, and it seemed like the Royals capitalized when they had guys on, and the Cardinals just couldn't get that big hit to get them going. They made a push there at the end, you know, getting on base with some walks, and it seemed like they were about to come back and put some runs on the board, and then we saw the line drive right back to the shortstop, and then it ended the game. So, again, when we're talking about the game of baseball, there's some luck involved in this too, and you know, they're hoping that carries on to this game where they get some luck.
Well, the one thing the Cardinals know they're going to need is a win, because you don't want to go 0-2 to start pool play. It's going to make it very tough to get to that championship game on Sunday. But the Milwaukee team here hoping to jump on top early, try to take advantage of some chances to see if they can get to 1-0 in pool play, knowing they've got a game behind this one where they're going to take on that Royals team that's going to be able to sit down and cool off a little bit.
Right. No, I think you said it perfectly. I think the Cardinals are looking at this now from, you know, their backs against the wall, really, with this game. They got to come out and perform. And really, I'm looking for them to be aggressive. Be aggressive, you know, especially on offense. You know, trying to score early in the game and take that momentum, and you know, go from there.
Well, Sam Patterson is going to be on the bump here for the Cardinals. He caught Sam Patterson played in center field in the first game, and now he's going to pitch. He did not waste any of his pitches. He didn't have to get on the mound. One of the things that actually worked out pretty well for the Cardinals in the first game is that their starting pitcher, Gadiel Armenta, pitched 5 of those innings.
Absolutely.
And so he was able to otherwise take the load off, knowing that he's not going to be able to pitch anymore. Certainly today, I'm sure he got well over or real close to the 100 pitches that he can get in a day. And once he does that, he's burned up for the tournament. But hopefully they can kind of do what the Royals did, which is get a lead, kind of save your pitching a little bit, and try to be able to use it tomorrow. But we're underway here as Milwaukee is going to lead it off here. It's going to be Santino Pozo, the lead it off. He is the shortstop. We'll get to the rest of the lineup here in just a moment, as the first pitch is low and away for ball 1. So it's going to be Pozos at short, Cody in center, Cruz is in left, Serrano is the designated hitter, Hernandez is doing the pitching, Shepard is at first, Navajar is at third base, Acuna is going to be at second base, and Matuzima is in right field, and Martinez is doing the catching for Milwaukee. That pitch over the outside edge there for strike 2.
Yeah, you mentioned Armenta doing a good job, and he really did. You know, he gave him the flexibility to just stay in there, you know, for 5 innings. He really had a tough second inning, you know, like we mentioned, but he really gave him a chance to kind of stay in there until the end.
We'll go around defensively for the Cardinals. Churchman is in center. Over in left will be Howard. In right field is Bell. Around the infield, third to first, Kabarkas, Reynolds, Phillips, and Peterson. That's going to be Jackson Peterson over at first base. Behind the dish for the Cardinals is going to be Lewis. And again, on the mound is Sam Peterson. Misses there, 3-2. Good job there by Pozos.
Yeah, so far he's doing a really good job staying within, you know, making sure he works the count. You know, he's doing a good job with that.
Payoff pitch. Line foul. Okay, Milwaukee, first game of the tournament here at the Urban Youth Academy at the Motley Family Field here in Kansas City, Missouri. And that pitch misses low, and it's going to be a leadoff walk for Pozos.
You know, I feel like Milwaukee's kind of working through those nerves. You know, it's the first game they're playing. But, you know, really good job by the leadoff guy to set the tone to get on base right away.
Cody will come to the plate. Eric Cody is playing in center field. That first pitch misses. A lot of guys who have already graduated high school here on this team, a little older veteran squad, going to try to use some of that experience. Runner goes, pitch on the outside edge, and it's going to be a stolen base. Easy steal there for Pozos.
So, yeah, it looks to me like Milwaukee's coming in hot, making sure they staying aggressive, and they're not letting the Cardinals really come out, you know, of the you know, what the first game looked like. They're just trying to score early. And here the Cardinals need to get an out.
Line right to third for the first out as Kabarkas pulls it in.
Well, that's a big out right there. The guy doesn't advance to third. You know, you keep your runner at second base right there. That was a good out.
Emilio Cruz, the left fielder. If that ball is bounced and just that quick, now you got the runner over at third.
You know, I just said line drive to third base. Really good job not allowing the guy to move to third base for one out, but then we're not unable to really throw a strike or throw the ball in the zone, and now they end up at third base.
Outside edge for a strike, and we saw that in the first game, and I'm sure we're going to see that throughout this weekend. It's generally the breaking ball, and that's where you see guys start to ascend to the next level, the ability to command that breaking pitch, and we've seen several of them spiked here this morning. And so if, in fact, Peterson is able to kind of keep up with that and otherwise you know, throw it for strikes or at least make it look good enough for the chase, that may tend to give him more success here.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the guys that keep playing, you know, they make adjustments, 1 and 2. They can command their pitches, especially, you know, their breaking ball, like you said. I think it's important. You know, if I'm the Cardinals, though, I don't want this run to score. I would play in, make sure, we don't give up a run and get down early, but they're on the verge here of, something happening. This is an action pitch here, 3-2, so we'll see what happens.
Well, the problem right here already, though, with Patterson is that he's already up to like 14 pitches here in the first inning. He's only faced 3 batters, and it's going to hit opposite way, base hit, and Milwaukee gets on the board.
Yeah, this is where they have to dig in and be tough right here. This is going to be a grind. They give up one. Just don't give up anymore and just stay focused. Get a ground ball right here. Get your infielders involved. Look for them to steal, though, here. Just keep the pressure on them.
Nearly threw that one away. Good pick there by Peterson. Fastball in for a strike, and that first pitch strike is a big part of how you pitch people later. But getting ahead in the count, you certainly want to do that.
Absolutely, and it's a way to keep your defense involved too, if you're in the zone.
Runner takes off, ground ball up the middle, good pick and throw over to first. It's a 6-3 double play. Reynolds does an excellent job there of getting that pick. It was hit right to him, touched the bag, throws over to first, and that will retire the side. The Brewers get a run in the top of the first. Cardinals are going to come up, playing from behind again here at the Senior Division Tournament. Back here in Kansas City, second game of the Senior Division pool play between the Brewers and the Cardinals here at the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. Let's go through the lineup for the Cardinals. It's going to be Churchman in center, Reynolds at short, and Patterson is on the hill. Kabarkas is at third, Fatuno's the DH. Phillips at second base. Lewis is doing the catching. Bell is in right field. And Peterson is over at first base with Howard playing in left field. And the first pitch lofted foul and out of the play by Churchman. 4-1.
He comes in there. He's ready to hit. He's ready to swing it. Right on top of the dish. again, ready to go.
We saw him spark a couple of good innings for the Cardinals, and that one's going to get down. It's going to be a base hit. And he's ready to go to work. Churchman right away with a leadoff single.
You know, hey, that's the start they need. You know, that's the start they need, you know, to their offense just to get something going on early, you know, where they can maybe hit and run or maybe bunt, you know, or just put the pressure on the defense.
And we talked about the big hit just did not come in the game against the Royals, and, you know, couldn't categorize it any better than what you saw on the last play of the game with that line drive. It was right on the money, but just so happened to be that the Royals had it positioned perfectly. Curveball in for a strike. And so that's what the Cardinals need. They need that hit. And maybe that kind of breaks the ice for the things they want to do offensively.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And a little bit of luck, you know, finding holes right there.
And there's another hole as that's laced out to left. First two batters on.
I tell you what, those two kids are swinging the bat really well today. They've put good swings on the ball. They're staying through the ball nicely. You know, Churchman and Reynolds, they're doing a good job at the top of this lineup. They got some cooking here.
Right, and you know the middle of this lineup, they really had some good bat-to-ball action going on in the first game, and so we'll see if they can get the big hit. That pitch misses away for ball one on the bump here.
You know, the biggest thing now with these guys on base is that you don't want a line drive hit on a double play, right? Like, we don't want to make 2 outs on one pitch.
That ball flied out to short right. Churchman tags. Throw comes in, not in time. It's cut off. First out of the inning, but now you've got a runner standing on third looking to capitalize.
Yeah, that was really nice right there by Churchman, being able to tag up on that and just pushing the envelope there, like pushing to the play. They got to take chances. They got to take risks. We talked about that earlier. And now, you know, with one out, first and third, their offense can really do something here.
And that ball wasn't hit very deep, and Churchman used that good speed. Runners taking off from first. They're going to fire it down to third. It's going to be a stolen base. Ball one.
As you can see, they're more aggressive. They came out more aggressive running the bases. They got a couple hits early. They're in business here. Second and third, one out.
Kabarkis looking to get that big hit. Got the high strike there.
And if you're the Cardinals, this is what you want. You want guys in scoring position with one of your best hitters up.
It's on the ground to third. They're going to come home with it. Here's the throw is away.
Goes right back to putting the pressure on the defense. It looked like they could have had an out right there, easy, if they just play catch. But, again, St. Louis is in a back against the wall kind of mentality right now. They got to take chances, and they got to break right there.
We saw that happen in the first game. Runner coming down, and the throw from third wasn't good. In fact, it almost looked like the same throw. They bounced it, maybe not giving themselves quite the angle that they wanted to give them to make a good throw.
Right.
But the Cardinals aren't upset on it as they have tied this game at one. Runner goes. That ball's lofted out to left. Big drive way back, and it is off the wall. One run will score. Here comes Kabarkis. He's going to score from first, and it's 3-1. As Fatuma, who had 2 hits in the first game, belts one off the wall and left to give the Cardinals their first lead this morning.
That's that big hit they were looking for. You know, guys on base, you know, they facing adversity, down a run. But as you could tell, they came out with more energy. They, you know, they're playing more aggressive. And I think, you know, this is what it is. It pays off, man. They got that big hit right now.
We're just waiting for that to happen, and finally, for the Cardinals, it does.
That ball almost got out.
Yeah, he hit it off about the middle of the wall. And the Cardinals are really hitting the ball here in this ball game. That ground ball moves the runner over to third. Chance to put another one on the board.
Yeah, the mentality you could tell shifted from the first game. They're more aggressive. Really impressive drive right there on that double. Almost hitting it off the wall, one hop. That was cool to see. Impressive, and really got everybody fired up on that side.
So bring up Lewis. Lewis actually scored the one run in the ball game for the Cardinals, and when he came in as a pinch runner.
This is a big at bat to keep the momentum on their side if they're able to find a way to score right here too. We got 2 outs, so it's that's the thing. If they give up a hit here or they score this run with 2 outs, go up 4-1. That's a big statement.
The 1-1 in for a strike. RBI fielder's choice. 2-run double, and that curveball gets way away. Good carom back to the catcher.
Yeah, kind of a short backstop here. Ball really bounced right back to him. Couldn't score right there.
We've seen a couple of weird caroms, though. We saw one that went all the way up the first base line, smoked foul.
And credit to Hernandez, their pitcher, Milwaukee's pitcher. Like he's still in the zone. He's still not giving anything. Really, is a good inning by the Cardinals. They've hit the ball.
Sometimes you can't do anything about that. Everything has been hit pretty solidly.
Right.
Good breaking pitch is going to be strike 3 looking. But the Cardinals get 3 on 3 hits, including the big 2-run double by Fatuano, and it's 3-1 Cardinals over the Brewers after 1. Top of the second here from Motley Family Field on the Urban Youth Academy campus here in Kansas City, Missouri. Big bottom of the first inning for the Cardinals as they take a 3-1 lead over the Brewers.
Turned out to be a beautiful day, huh?
Play at the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. Lionel Hernandez, the pitcher, is in the box, and first pitch is going to be upstairs. 4-1.
Now you need a zero here. You know, if you're the Cardinals, you need to 1, 2, 3. Keep that momentum on your side.
They talk about those kind of what they call shutdown frames.
Yeah.
And the Cardinals would certainly like to have one. It's already 3-0.
This as a defense, this is one of the things you don't want to see. You start relaxing. You know, you want your pitcher to attack right now. You got the lead. Let them hit it. Because we know it's hard to hit.
Yeah, all in all, you know, even defensively, the Cardinals played pretty well, and you turn a couple double plays. They looked good out there handling the ball.
Yeah, I mean, the right fielder had a lot of chances, and you know there's a couple balls that he wished he would have had back, but you know he made the adjustment, and I think overall like their infielders are ready. Be interesting here if they try to run, they try to keep that pressure, even though they're down, by 2 runs.
Kevin Wright comes in. He's the courtesy runner over at first base. Quickly throw over to keep an eye on him. Lucas Shepard. Big lefty stick.
As left-handed hitters come up in this situation, they should be looking to pull the ball. And you start teaching them how to pull the ball because they have a big hole over there, right? And so that's automatic first and third. And if you want to roll over any time, really, this is the time. They had him picked off there.
Well, that went bad on a lot of different ways, and a lot of dancing over there for first base by Wright, and he was going to be picked off, but unfortunately for the Cardinals at least, the pickoff throw wasn't very good, got past first base, and now Wright is standing on second.
Yep. Got lucky right there. Had him perfectly picked, and just couldn't play catch.
Pitch misses inside. That's one of those. If you're the coach over for the Brewers, you're like, oh no, and then they're like, oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, worked out. Same thing. I'm looking for him to hit a ground ball to second base or hit some this way so we can move that runner over.
Pitch fouled off.
Tried.
The problem right now here, at least for Patterson, is that he's got to throw strikes. He's led off both innings now with a walk. In the first inning, that walk came around and scored.
Yeah. Now he's got to bear down. He got a guy on second base that came on, on a walk, and you're just making it tougher on yourself.
Throws that to the backstop.
I go right back to what I said earlier, about the infielders. I think the mentality that the Cardinals showed was, all right, we got to be more aggressive. Well, right now, I can't let this run score. Bring the infield in.
Well, right now the problem has been getting the ball over the plate here for Patterson as he's walked the first 2 hitters here in the second.
We've seen crazier things, If you throw the ball over the plate, they might line out. You get a double play. Maybe they're on the receiving end on that. Not having to deal with that.
Isaiah Navahar. Now at the plate. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Runner takes off. They're going to throw it down. They're going to get the runner on the caught stealing, but a run will come in and score for the Brewers, and it's now 3-2. I think the Brewers were just willing to sacrifice that out for the run.
Yeah, I think so right there. It was a good throw. good tag, quick tag. I think, in my opinion, it worked out better for the Cardinals right there to get that out. Nobody on. If we're looking at the outfielders, right, they start kind of putting their hands, right here.
Right.
It's just the flow of the game starts to slow down, and like we mentioned earlier, it's hot.
Gotta keep your fielders involved, and sometimes that's just throwing strikes. Other times it's pace.
Yeah.
There have been pitchers, and obviously at the major league level, it's changed a lot with that pitch clock. But there were just pitchers who would just take all day. They're almost like human rain delays, and you would see their fielders behind them. They start doing the stuff just as you're talking about, folding their arms, pawing at the dirt with their feet. It just wasn't.
It could get dangerous because the game is real fast up there. So if you're not paying attention, the ball's on you. But to your point, I feel like now, when I heard about the clock, I really didn't know how that was going to work out. We were also used to kind of taking our time to think, and how we're going to approach different situations. But the clock has been great. It's sped things up, and I think people seem to get used to it.
Yeah, the game has certainly adapted to it to the point that even at the collegiate level, they've put that clock in play as well. So it certainly speeds up. And for a guy like myself who's had to be at a couple of those collegiate games, man, nothing like a doubleheader Saturday where
4 hours out there.
That's just one game.
One game, yeah.
That's just one. Strikeout there for Patterson for the second out. And Inglés Acuna now up to the plate with 2 outs.
It seems like we're pitching from behind a lot, just 2-0, 1-0s, 3-1s, 3-0s.
And that's why the sacrificing on that attempted double steal. It is.
That was huge for the Cardinals.
Right, because it got them some time and some space a little bit to kind of clear their heads and try to, you don't have to worry about any traffic on the base pass or anything. You can just get back to focusing and throwing strikes.
Yeah, it's still leading the game,
Swing and a miss for strike 2.
I wish the clock also would be in high school, because I think it would teach those kids, going to college, they're going to be using it. So,
as that was a beautiful breaking pitch over the outside edge for strike 3. The Brewers get one back. They trail 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the second here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. Bottom of the second here at the Urban Youth Academy. Cardinals on top 3-2. First pitch in for a strike.
Bell can run if he can put the ball in play.
Yeah, we saw him come in the first game as a pinch runner, and he promptly found his way to second base.
Yeah, easy speed.
Pitch misses just off the edge. One and two the count. That pitch misses outside.
And he's putting a good at-bat together right now. Taking a couple sliders or cutters away.
Hernandez doing a good job trying to work that outside edge.
It's a good take.
Work the count back full.
They don't want to put him on base. He's going to be on second base before you know it.
Yes, sir. He's out of there as the breaking pitch on the outside edge. And the one thing that you didn't see Bell do was adjust in that at bat. They worked him outside, and it looked like he was still looking for something on the inner half, and he watched strike three.
Yeah, that was a really nice pitch. Right on the corner. 3-2 count. That's a really nice pitch. Kind of hang with him right there.
Peterson goes the other way. Let's see, they're going to call him out. Good play there at second base by Ingles Acuna.
That was could have been a ugly play in terms of injury because the runner was coming and the throw took him towards the line, the first baseman, and they kind of collided a little bit. But he was able to hang on. Tough play, but they came out on top with the out.
And they look like they want to have a discussion as to whether or not there may have been some obstruction. Shepard, the first baseman, looked like he was trying to go make the play, and then he realized that Acuna was going to be the one who's going to get it. He's like, I got to get back to the bag, and so he gets there. I don't know if he actually was in the way of the runner coming down the line. In fact, he was behind the bag. He just had to lean over to keep it from going towards the dugout. So
I see. The head coach Dan Peterson trying to figure out what's happening there, but with the first baseman behind the bag, there's really no obstruction of him getting to the base right there. But tough play. Could have gone either way in terms of they could have thrown it away, but they hang on, they play catch, and they got two outs.
Sometimes you just work on the hustle side of the game, and everybody hustled, and it just was a bang play, and the Brewers were able to get the out. And back to the top of the order with Churchman. Singleton scored to start the ball game. He takes pitch on the outside edge for a strike.
That was a good pitch again. He's on the corners.
Churchman lost one out to short right, but the catch is made out and right by Matuzima, and that will retire the side. Cardinals go up and down in the second, but still lead 3-2 here at the Central Region Tournament. Top of the third, A.A. Moore. Christian Cologne bring you the action here. Cardinals and Brewers. Senior division play. First pitch in for a strike.
You see the reaction by some of the players. They ain't like that one. They ain't like that call. It was a little low, I guess. But, you know, they've been pretty good so far all day.
Swing and a miss there for strike two. And a lot of times what you want from umpires is the consistency. And it looks like, at least to me, it's been that way pretty much through the entire first game and then here into the second game. The low one has not been getting called, so maybe I could see that just a little bit.
Yeah, but I'm with you in the consistency and just kind of establishing where they want that zone and keeping it there. They've been good at it.
And they call strike three. He's going to throw it down to first. That one looked now he's calling them low, so maybe the adjustment needs to be made there.
Absolutely.
But
you know, and it was talking to the players yesterday a little bit. The first day was fun, but you know, the youth academy here was able to bring in a guy, Willie, trainer. He's an umpire at the major league level, and you know, and having those conversations with him was really fun for me, and I know the kids enjoyed that. So that was cool to just kind of see the game from a different lens.
And that's just as a big a part of what these young men are out here doing, is learning umpires, learning strike zones, learning things that are important to how they're going to play the game day to day.
Yeah, and knowing they can't control everything, you know, at the end of the day, you know, everybody's human. We're all going to make mistakes. I think you just have to overcome some of these calls and go on.
Pozos skies that one, foul and out of play. He led off the game with a walk, came around to score.
This is so far has been a tight ball game. They're going back and forth. This is it's going to come down to the wire here.
That pitch misses low, 3-1, and again, been 3 walks in this game. 2 of them have come out around to score for the Brewers. Here's the 3-1. Again, fouled off to the right.
You know, I gotta give it to Peterson too, because he does fall behind, but he gets back in counts, and then ultimately a lot of times he ends up walking, but he's been in the counts with these hitters coming back.
Not like it's 4 straight balls. You're 100% right about that. But there's another walk. Pozos for the second time is on via base on balls. And he's going to be on the move. He got a stolen base in the first. And here comes Cody. He lined out to third his first time up.
Expect some action here. It's gonna, you know, this is their athletic leadoff guy and 2-hole. I mean, they're aggressive.
And Pozos he was nearly with a foot past the cutout. Then he was like, maybe I need to take a step back. I'm getting a little too excited, but you see the lead. Now it is. Now he gets back.
Yeah, you can tell they're definitely in their heads. You know, now, you know, up by 1 run, you still can't control what happens here. You know, get a ground ball, double play.
Pozos is shortening up the lead just a bit. Fastball upstairs.
And he was pretty quick to the plate right there, so gives a chance to the catcher to throw him out.
Keep a look. Pozos now he's taking an extra step. Now he's back, but that time wasn't a terrible throw by Patterson, but Peterson could not otherwise hold on to it. And that's going to be the second throwing error over to first base.
Just a little bit too much of a concern with the guy at first. Again, tough break right there. Now there's 1 out, right, run on second base.
Pitch misses just a little bit inside. maybe that allows Patterson to kind of get back into focusing on the hitter.
And that's what it seems like he's doing. It's kind of like he loses a little bit of focus, 3-2, nobody on. But with runners on, he seems to be, dialed in and focused on getting them out.
In fact, they called a balk there, so that strike didn't count. So it's going to be 2-0. Runner now standing on third base. That's the tying run. Pitch lofted out, and it's going to drop, and it gets behind Churchman. Excuse me. In fact, it's Howard out and left, and that's going to tie the ball game.
That was hard. That was hard right there to watch. Just in terms, you got the tie and run at third. They do a decent job of getting the ball up in the air. The offense does, to try to score them. But, I think the shortstop had a chance, Reynolds. But we've seen that ball be a problem today. I'm not sure if, they're picking it up well with the sun. But we've seen those kind of short fly balls being kind of an issue today.
Well, Cabarcas didn't see the ball at all. He was standing at third, and he had no clue where that ball was. And so then you saw Reynolds try to come over from shortstop and make the play. Howard was a little late coming in, and then it just fell in between all of them. And all of a sudden you've got Cody over at second base back in the scoring position again.
If Reynolds could have really done a good job coming in, that play would have been right in front of him. I don't think the guy at third would have, tried to go coming in like that with that momentum. So
just the communication didn't come across like you probably would want it if you are the Cardinals.
And Howard in left field, and he's got good speed. So I'm surprised that one, it wasn't. They didn't get to it as quick as they should have. I think he got a late jump.
This is a major league field as far as the dimensions. You see it's 330 down the lines, 400 to straightaway center. And so a lot of these guys aren't going to be able to muscle it out there like that. We've seen a couple, but generally they're not. So they're playing relatively shallow, based on, what these guys have. But even in that, if you're hitting off the end of the bat, big swing, it looks like it might go further. But it really, off the end of the bat, they're just dumping them in, and we've seen a couple of those happen today.
Yeah. The longest shot we saw was Fortuno. Beautiful swing, left center. Wanting to short hop the wall. Really nice swing for the Cardinals in the first game. But you're right, it's a beautiful facility. Today, it's perfect out here. It's a little hot, but, it's sunny and it's a beautiful day.
It's supposed to be a little hot when you play baseball. Runner takes off to steal third and got a great jump. And it's going to be a stolen base for Cody.
He did that perfectly. Shuffle, took off, read the pitch. It was in the dirt. There's really good execution there on the base running part of it.
That's another thing I've been kind of working on and watching baseball and calling games. And there's no dirt out here.
Yeah.
So what do we actually call it?
Turf ball.
Into the turf, like into the turf dirt. I'm not
dirt
exactly
ball
sure.
reads, it's turf ball. Yeah, it is different. We, like you said earlier, we didn't grow up on, turf fields. It's more dirt, but it does something for the weather. It does when it rains. You can really keep games going and
or get back out there quickly. That's the part.
Right.
I know you've played in games that rain comes down when and obviously when you were playing younger. If it rained, that was the end of the day. Swing and a miss, strikeout.
That was a big strikeout right there. You could tell by how Peterson reacted to that. He he was pumped about that strikeout because the game's still tied. 2 outs, gets a righty up. That was a lefty. He just struck out.
You got the go-ahead run standing over on third base. So that strikeout was big. Good curveball in for a strike.
He does seem to, when he has to bear down, he bears down. But he's just gotten himself in some trouble.
And it's normally been because of the walk. He's walked 4 batters. 3 of them have come around to score. Ball a little
good pitch
inside.
right there.
Yeah, it did look good. And, in fact, Serrano was he was ready to try to take a hack at it and wasn't going to be much he was going to be able to do with it. Another breaking ball hit out to center field. Still chasing. And good catch by Churchman out in center field to retire the side. Another run because of a walk has come around, and we're tied at 3 as we go to the bottom of the third here between the Brewers and the Cardinals. Bottom of the third inning. Cardinals to the plate. Reynolds will lead it off. He singled and scored in the first. Swing and a miss. He was trying to do some real damage with that first
I got to
pitch.
tell you, Reynolds, he's ready to swing the bat. And, he's one of their best hitters. He's ready to hit.
Breaking pitch misses. Ball 1.
Very athletic shortstop. He can run. He's gotten a couple hits here already. It's one of their spark plugs, of their lineup.
And he's got outstanding hair. I don't know if you all can see
Yeah,
it.
he
I
does.
can see it from here.
He does.
Bounces it off the turf. Let's see if his speed will be able to make the play. And he's going to beat it out. That's going to be an infield single. That throw could have been on the line with a rocket attached to it, but Reynolds showing good speed, gets down the line, and it's a leadoff single for the Cardinals.
Yeah, again, good pressure by the Cardinals offense. That's what they need, get the leadoff guy on. And really, an athletic guy like that, even with the perfect throw, like you said, it would have been really hard to get him out. Just placement. Talk about luck.
You've seen a lot more of that. And there he goes. He stole that off the pitcher. You can hold on to that as Reynolds steals second base.
He did that shuffle thing, too, at first, which is we've seen that a lot more in baseball where at first base they kind of do this hop shuffle and then they take off, which is cool to see. These kids are young, but they're definitely paying attention to the big leaguers and what they're doing.
Swing and a miss by Patterson. And you're right. These swings have started to get a bit more aggressive as they seem to have got a good read here on Hernandez. But
Yeah,
Hernandez
they're
still
taking-
throwing it by him, right?
Yep, they're taking good hacks. I think right now, making sure Patterson knows we got to get the ball to the right side, get this guy over. This is the potential leading run, but unfortunately he's strikeout looking there.
Good breaking pitch again. We've seen Hernandez break off a couple of those. He gets another one across for the first out. Third strikeout of the morning for the big right-hander for the Brewers.
Still got a chance here to get the third base. 1 out. I would like to see Reynolds be a little bit more aggressive, trying to steal third here. Again, their backs against the wall. They got to get to third base.
Well, the Brewers are certainly trying to keep an
There
eye
it
on
is.
him, but he steals it on Hernandez again. You can hold on to that.
That's pretty good baseball IQ. I mean, he knows what's at stake. Really making plays for his team. Here we'll have a mound visit, but I mean that's really cool to see. The baseball IQ.
The mound visit, I would have to believe, is because you've got to pay attention. The stolen bases, he stole both of those off of Hernandez, who just, for whatever reason, just took his eye off of Reynolds on the base pass, because those were outstanding jumps. The ball was still in his hand. He wasn't even to the top of his windup or to the top of his delivery when Reynolds was taking off. So you just have to, stay sharp, especially when you've got those kind of base runners out there.
Oh yeah, perfectly said. I think honestly it shows a perfect baseball IQ play here on the base running part. It was executed perfectly. He was looking for it. The time was perfect. Now, on the defensive side, they weren't aware of the time.
And right back up the middle, base hit for Cabarcas. And just
really
like
good swings
that,
all day. Really good swings all day.
you go out and the coach talks to you, and generally, as a hitter, that fastball is probably coming, and that's exactly what he got. Lined it right to center, and the Cardinals are back on top.
They're really playing in a different game. The second game, more aggressive. They're staying through balls good, and they're capitalizing on things that they got to do, which they didn't do in the first game. They're taking advantage of what they're giving them now.
Pitch in for a strike.
Here's Fortuno. He's the one that almost hit it out of here in the earlier game.
Yeah, he's showing big power in this game. 2-run double to left, drove in 2 in the first.
He let to go. He let to go for sure.
The general saying is if a guy fouls one straight back, he's really on top of the pitch, and he looked like he knew what was coming there from Hernandez. He just missed it.
And you could see the confidence grow with each at bat as they get hits and they do good things for their team.
But he gets the big strikeout there, Hernandez does. Strikeout number 5, second one this inning. And that's 2 outs, and he'll bring Phillips up.
Can't let go now or let up now. Stay on it. Stay on the gas pedal. If you see a dirt ball here, try to get to second base.
Ooh, that one hit his helmet.
They're trying to say it might have hit his bat.
It hit the helmet first and then
yeah.
it hit the bat.
Right.
And I think, they're going to say it was a foul ball because it did hit the bat. It hit the helmet first. And I think the umpire just happened to hear it tink off the bat. But he got hit.
That's a tough break.
Yeah, he got hit in the back of the head.
That's a tough break right there.
So it's going to be a foul ball. That ball hit his helmet and then hit the bat. But he's going to have to get back in the box. That's a tough one right there.
That's a tough break right there. And, this is some of the stuff that this kids is good for them to overcome some of these calls and some of these situations. Who knows? Maybe now we got to run on second base. He gets a big hit.
That ball was up and in.
A tough way to get your first strike, huh?
Right. And again, I could understand it if, in fact, you got at least a ball out of it, but they said it was a foul ball. Pitch misses low and away. Phillips trying to keep the line moving here with 2 outs.
He's still working a really good at bat. 3-1 count. I would expect some movement here. Open up some holes.
Kabarkis over at first. Curveball in for strike 2.
Definitely now.
Yeah, he's going to be on the move here.
Yeah.
There he goes. Pitch upstairs for ball 4. And, I think the way that Phillips threw that bat is like I should have been here a couple of pitches ago.
He overcame that. That was cool to see. Tough call to start the at bat, but didn't complain, didn't say anything, just went to work and got on base again.
That'll bring up Lewis. Strikeout victim in the first.
So, going back to the baseball IQ where they stole third base, like right now they're worried about the guy on second base, but we have 2 outs, and now it's about the hitter. We got to make sure we get this guy out.
You also have to think about who is the runner that's on second base.
Exactly.
Kabarkis is not the biggest threat. He doesn't look like
not like Reynolds.
Right.
Correct.
Reynolds is going to take it if you give him at least half a breath. Kabarkis is going to think about it a little bit before he takes off. They're going to throw it back down behind him. Safe.
And this is what I love about the game and teaching the game is that some of these things right now, they come up and you're able to talk about it and situations in the game. It looks like
Martinez who went down. So Martinez threw that back behind him on a pitch that was a little low, and then the turf dirt, as we'll call it. He may have caught one in a place that he didn't necessarily want to catch one, and still was able to throw it down. He's trying to get his wits back about him.
Yeah,
and that's
part of being a catcher, man.
But the part I don't understand is, and maybe this is something back into these olden day things, but they wouldn't let us step out on the field without that protective equipment on. And especially behind the plate, there was no chance I was going to do that.
Absolutely. No, I think, that's part of it. Like, that's part of your equipment. You got to make sure you have it. You just never know, man.
I think at one point, was it Yadier Molina?
Yeah.
That ball grounded to first base. Good scoop there by Shepard. He's going to touch on first. And we're going to save Yadier's story for another day. And I'm sure he doesn't want to think about it, and neither do I. Cardinals get one here in the third. They're up 4-3 on the Brewers. We've made it through 3. All of our parts still in place as we watch the Cardinals and the Brewers play here at the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City. It's part of the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. Hey, more Christian Colon here, and this has been a good game. Cardinals showing some life offensively. The Brewers battling back, but the Cardinals not going away.
Yeah, no, like we talked about earlier on in the pregame and then early on, it's been they had their back against the wall, and so they came out swinging. They came out aggressive. You could tell they want it, and that's really good to see from them.
Hernandez walked and scored in the second. First pitch down and in as Patterson is out for his 4th inning of work. He's had to work out of some trouble here, but thus far his team has been able to put enough on the board to keep him ahead.
You know, credit to the staff, too, for the Cardinals. Like, they're, you know, the coaching staff, they've done a good job kind of letting them go out there and figure that out, you know. And he's answered. You know, he's made pitches when he had to. Give his team a chance.
Hernandez skies that one foul and out of play. Again, the Cardinals dropped their opening game, falling 6-1 to the Royals. Really in need of a victory here to kind of stay in the mix to get to the championship on Sunday. Brewers playing their first game this morning as we get ready to head into the afternoon as Hernandez hits that one to the gap, and it's going to bounce all the way to the wall. Hernandez is on second. He's not going to stop. He's pushing towards third. Churchman gets it in, but it's going to be a stand-up leadoff triple by Hernandez.
That gives live to Milwaukee. They're going to get a courtesy runner here. That's a nice swing right there, right over the shortstop's head, line drive all the way to the wall. Stand-up triple. So he's not only doing it on the mound, he's swinging it too, Ohtani-like.
So, and that's what happens when you fall behind, though. You've got to come in the zone, and Hernandez was right on it. Shepard, he's coming up, and that ball gets away, but good job there behind the dish by Lewis.
Yeah, that was that was interesting there. Could have scored, but kind of held up. No outs.
And in fact, there's been a change. Lewis is not behind the plate anymore. That is now behind the plate. Dylan Hunter is the new catcher. So it was Dylan Hunter who was able to make that play. Swing and a miss. They look a little different. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to see when everybody has that gear on, but I should have noticed a little bit that Hunter's got slightly more hair than Lewis does.
Some you don't see every day. Try to pick off attempt at third.
Off at third, right.
Again, good job by their dugout yelling back. They were right on it. Same thing with the runner. That's an easy. They called a balk on him again. No stop, and that's a big run.
And while this time the Brewers were able to earn their way on base by getting the hit, each time they score a run, it's the Cardinals have been helping out.
Yeah, and that's been kind of the theme of how they're taking the first game was kind of that way, and then this game was they're showing up, they're answering when they need to, but they're allowing teams to kind of run away with it early on, which makes it really difficult to play like that, catching up, in this tournament.
Kind of an excuse me swing, but right to the shortstop, Reynolds, for the first out.
Most of the times that I've guys that I've played with or played against, you know, the great ones really slow the game down. And in situations like this, they tried to really breathe, slow the game down, take it one pitch at a time.
Navihar lifts it out, foul and out of play down the left side.
And like you mentioned earlier, this team is a little older, more experienced. They're going to be a tough team to beat too.
Good breaking pitch, and Navihar didn't quite know exactly what was coming to him. By the time he swung at that curveball, it was
We
near
all
in the
been there.
catcher's
We get
glove,
fooled.
right?
You just got to turn the page, get ready for this one. It's another pitch, but yeah, we all been there for sure.
You know, with velocity being what it is nowadays, you know, you hear about hitters guessing. I don't think it's guessing. Explain a little bit what happens there.
I think it's anticipation of where you think the ball's going to be. Also, percentages. You know, it's big now. You got all that data that you can collect and really know, play your percentages. You know, I remember facing Aroldis Chapman.
Oh, wow.
And I tell you, and I tell everybody this, I don't think humanly possible you can see that 102 coming in. You kind of have to guess and put your bat out there and let your muscle memory take over and try to hit it. But I remember, yeah, it was an impressive scene because we're in Yankee Stadium when he was with the Yankees, and he comes in and he's all sweating, he's ready to go, and they're flickering the lights, and it's like, oh man, this is nerve-wracking. And he hit 103, 102. Yeah, it's you just kind of have to guess where it is.
A 2-strike hit by pitch, and that's going to get Navihar on base, and it'll bring up Inglesi Acuna. But, you know, you don't always have to wait on 103 from Chapman. You can just wait for him to throw one of those sliders, i.e. Rajay Davis, and see if you can get it over the wall.
Or Jose Altuve. Now we know sometimes, you know, when you know what's coming, it's easier to hit. But I'm not saying he knew what was coming, but that was really impressive by Altuve to be able to hit that slider. I mean, when you're facing Chapman, I mean, he's still doing it for a reason. It's one of the top arms, been one of the top relievers in baseball forever. And the guy puts in the work, man. He's a good guy. And you could just tell, you know, he's been blessed with that arm, and he's really taking advantage of, you know, his career.
And the ability to still throw that hard after all these years and all these pitches. Bunt laid down. And that time, a little PFP may have helped. Unfortunately, Patterson was unable to handle that bunt. And that's going to be an error. And now you've got runners on first and second, just one out.
I tell you what, Milwaukee, really good job putting pressure on the defense. When you least expected, and you put a bunt down, wasn't the greatest bunt right back to him, but the speed of the game and the chaos of what's going on, you know, he mishandled the ball, and there it is, run on first. So I think the team that's going to be able to go the furthest is the team that puts the most pressure on defense, and they run the bases aggressively, and they pitch, of course.
First pitch in for a strike. We've got a pinch hitter. It looks like Deepray is the new hitter, Brian Deepray. Another balk.
At some point, we had to make an adjustment on the balk. It's putting you in really tough positions here, you know. I think it's just not stopping. He wants to get going, and I think it's part of his like routine and just trying to stay in rhythm to throw strikes. But
Comes inside. They're going to say it hit him.
the Cardinals are warming up a pitcher. I would think This is getting here towards the end.
Well, we've seen Patterson pitch in and out of some trouble here all afternoon, and it's apparently for some reason he'll get off his game. When he locks back in, he's been fine. It looked like before that at bat that Phillips was trying to get him back to that place to say, hey, look, just need you to lock in. Don't worry about that play. We move on to the next one. Then you get a hit batter, and now the bases are loaded, and it's back to the top of the order with Pozos, who has walked twice already. He hasn't even had to put the ball in play to affect this game.
Yeah, he's seeing the ball well, for sure. And that bunt really kind of threw him off there. Got him off the bump, got his rhythm all, in the buck calls. Now hasn't made an adjustment on that, but he's keep doing it. He's fighting.
Chopped it high off of the plate, and it's going to be a fielder's choice, but it's going to get the run home.
And he does enough to keep his team in the game. Like right there, that's a huge out. Hopefully he has enough to get out of this inning and just giving up, 2 runs.
We've seen a couple of choppers. That one bounced high in the air, and Phillips did the best that he could to try to.
We got the first baseman's not holding him on. He's going to take off.
Swing and a miss. I think the Cardinals just decided to concede that. They knew what was
outs.
coming next. Two runners in scoring position. Brewers have now taken a 5-4 lead. First time that they've led since the first inning.
This is going to be a back and forth type of game, and it's exciting.
Well, you certainly called it early. Now he throws it down. That was almost pretty ill-advised throw, and you see Cabarcas saying, chill.
Yeah.
We didn't need that one.
Really good stop by him there. Obviously, if it gets away, possibly two runs of scoring on that.
Especially with Pozos out there at second base. We know he can scoot. Two-one bounce foul.
We've seen a couple coaches make some nice plays out here. Nice and easy. Look at them. They're letting them know, I still got it. I still got it.
Patterson 1 strike away from getting out of this mess.
Good block. Really nice block by the catcher there.
We've seen a couple times there where Howard, and I keep saying the names wrong. It's Dylan Hunter who is the catcher, and he's moving his body to be able to block those pitches instead of just trying to catch it with his glove. That ball's lined down the line, fair ball into the corner. 1 run will score. Second runner will come in to score, and now he's going to push 3. They're just going to hold it, and it's going to be a 2-run triple right down the line.
Big time hit. Big time hit right there with 2 outs. That's a tough one for the Cardinals there. They felt like they could have got out of it. Now they're looking at 7-4 game, and still with the run on third base here.
Cody gets it done. And this one smoked out to left, off of the glove of Howard and left.
They got to be able to stop the bleeding here, so they stay in the game. We're seeing another 5 spot, another tough inning that kind of is getting out of hand. Credit to the Brewers. They've made some good swings. They've made some good contact. And it looks like this is going to be it.
Patterson did all he could to try to stay in this one, but the walks and the hit by pitches really started to catch up with them here in the fourth. Still having a discussion out there. We'll see if there's going to be a change made.
Oh, there's
Body language says, hey, I'm not happy with it, but I can get this last out. Again, just a couple of things that, a little something here and there that didn't go right in this inning, at least, if you're the Cardinals, and the Brewers have taken advantage.
Yeah. And those were the toughest games to really go back and sit on, to be honest, that you kind of beat yourself at times. And so those are the toughest games to kind of have to replay in your head after this.
Still plenty of time. That's the good part if you're the Cardinals, and you called it from the beginning, hey, that this game is probably going to go back and forth, and that's been the nature of this ball game thus far.
Yeah, I think here their offense is going to, if they can hold them here, their offense is going to answer. Their back's against the wall. They don't want to go down 0-2. They're going to find ways to get on, but we gotta have a stop here.
Patterson trying to lock in. 2-0 is the count. That ball lifted out to right center field. Catch made out and right by Bell to retire the side. Brewers put up a 5 spot in the fourth and take an 8-4 lead. Cardinals chance to come up and try to get back into this ball game. We'll be back. Back here at the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City, Missouri for the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. Milwaukee puts a 5 spot up in the fourth. They take an 8-4 lead over St. Louis. New pitcher in for the Brewers. It's going to be Tyler Gerard, big right-hander. Just finished his junior year of high school. He's new on the mound, staying in the game out in right field is Braden Deepray. And it's been back and forth, Christian, and now it's time for the Cardinals to see if they got an answer.
Yeah, if with Bell coming up here again, really good speed. If they can get them on, they got something going on. But, hey, when it comes down to this, it's about if they can do if Milwaukee gets a shutdown in here, it'll kind of put that momentum, keep that momentum on their side. And, you can just feel the energy and shifting, and I think they just got to get on base here, get some going.
The Cardinals have had an answer for everything that the Brewers have put in front of them here this morning, and it's now afternoon. I tell you that 8 o'clock can get to 12 very quickly. Fouled back for strike
Came in
two.
quick with that sun staring right at us. Yeah, it was. But man, this is enjoyable. Man, I love watching these kids compete. I think you get to learn some of these the names and the kids playing, and some of their personality at least.
Right back to Gerard. It's off his glove. He gets it,
He
throws
can
it
run.
over, and Bale thought he had beat it out, but he was out by about a half step.
It was a really good effort right there, getting down the line. And that's the thing. They're still playing hard. They're still, giving it their all. Really good body language. I mean, they're still fighting. They know they can put up a 5 spot too. So
There's time there, and we talked about in the first game, there is a clock on the game. You get 2 hours and 15 minutes to play these. So that puts them to about 1 o'clock as that pitch is fouled off. So you still got 50 minutes to kind of put in enough work to get in those three innings. But the Cardinals know they will get the last at-bat either way it goes.
yeah, and if you look at the scoreboard, you look at Milwaukee's really scored in every inning, and that's really impressive to be able to just chip away and get some runs. And I think the Cardinals need to kind of just chip away, try to get one.
And that's going to be a swing and a miss for strike 3 and out number 2. But it's back to the top of the order, which has been the part that is part of the lineup for the Cardinals that has really set the whole thing up, at least from the offensive standpoint.
Yeah, if Churchman gets going, he usually if he gets on base, he gets the offense going. If he goes, the offense goes.
Pitch upstairs.
It's hit 2 balls to right field. You see the right fielder playing super in and making an adjustment with that. But he's hit 2 balls that way. One for a base hit, and the other one was line out. But they're making adjustments too on him, so he's got to have to. And you see him, you can see him tell his teammates, what kind of pitches, he's seeing.
He's pitching them away.
Yep.
And there's a lot of room down that right field line. If it gets into that corner, he may run it all the way around.
Yeah, that'll be fun to watch.
But Gerard is certainly not trying to get into this young man's wheelhouse because he does not want him to do the kind of damage that they know he can do. As he fires that one in for strike 1, it looks like
it looks like he's
Churchman,
being very careful with him. Fresh arm, goes 3-1.
Comes inside, and that's ball 4, and Churchman is aboard again.
He's doing a good job getting on base. That's all he could do for his team, for his offense. And here we go again with the guy that's red hot, swinging a really good bat, Reynolds here. It just seems like this is the core that gets stuff going for them.
How long does Churchman stay on first base?
From the looks of it, looks like he's looking to go soon.
Having that hole open, though, on the right side with Reynolds, if he can scoot one in the corner, it might be a 2-run inside the Parker. They did try to go outside. Good throw It gets into center field, and there goes Churchman again. Here they're going to fire it on him, and it gets past him again. But this time he almost thought about going home.
Ooh, that was almost a little league homer right there, huh? But that's what happens when you have good speed. You're putting pressure on the defense, making throws. You know, you could have stole a run right there.
Now you want to get that run in if you're the Cardinals here. Reynolds, knowing that he's got the big sticks behind him, but ahead in the count 2-0. Chops that off the plate, goes foul.
Yeah, if they could get this run right here, feel like a steal because 2 outs, walk. He kind of just came around on some bad throws, and now, you know, you get 8-5. It does not look the same as 8-4. For some reason, you know, 8-5 looks a lot closer.
And you're showing that you can continue to score runs, and
Absolutely.
that's the part that helps the confidence of this
Absolutely.
team. And again, if he gets a base hit, your big boppers are coming up as well.
Yeah. You can see Reynolds got confidence. He's doing a little dance on the box, you know, and I think he's waiting for a good pitch to hit here.
And he gets it, and he pushes it into left field. Top of the order, the daily double, if you will.
Mm-hmm. That's a really good duo right there for the Cardinals. You know, those 2 kids are playing well. They're confident. They're getting on base. You know, and it looks like, again, Reynolds going to take off here in the first couple pitches. So this game could be 8-6 in a hurry.
Mind you of those old St. Louis teams back in the day, Vince Coleman, Willie McGee, Ozzie Smith, Tommy Hurt.
Yeah.
Tommy Hurt had a season where he drove in, I think, 110 runs, and he didn't hit 10 homers.
Man, those are the good days. They're so good. And, I mean, you see that huge jump he just got. Again, Reynolds is really impressing. It's impressive to watch him play because of baseball IQ. He knows when to go. Yeah, but going back to the Cardinals back in the day, man, I loved Ozzie Smith. He was like, I grew up watching him, watching tapes of him.
Patterson just did not have the best at bat that he wanted to have. They leave a duck on the pond. Still, the Cardinals do get one. It's 8-5 after 4. More exciting baseball when we come back. It's the MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. Brewers on top of the Cardinals 8-5. A.A. Moore here with Christian Colon, and Christian, it's been a back and forth affair. Big inning, though, last inning for the Brewers to take the lead.
Yeah, it's been back and forth, you know, with the Cardinals, you know, coming out swinging early, scoring early, which they had to, and then we're seeing a really good ball game, seeing some really good players step on the field and fight for their teams, getting on base, getting hits, stealing bases. It's been a great game, but the Milwaukee has been able to. They posted a really big inning, 5 runs in the fourth, and that's been the difference so far.
Well, the Cardinals are going to make a bit of a change here as they move Patterson, who was doing the pitching. He's now in left field. He replaces Howard, and on the bump for the Cardinals is Edgar De Los Santos. He's going to try to keep the Brewers right here in the top of the 5th inning. First pitch down and in for a ball. And again, for the Cardinals, they have a little bit of work to do to keep from going down 0-2 here in pool play.
Yeah, that would be a tough start to the tournament, but there's still time. If they can just get in the dugout, it seems like their offense, and just get it to the top of the order, because the top of the order has done a really good job getting on base and scoring runs.
Well, they've got to find a way to get a 0 on the board, and that has not happened here through the first 4 as the Brewers have scored in each frame as De Los Santos gets that over the outside edge for strike 1.
They've scored 5 runs so far, and that should win you a game, in my opinion. I think, like you said, if they can find a way to just, have a 0 up there on the board, it'll be a lot better for them.
De Los Santos fires, and that's fouled back as Gerard gets his first at-bat of the ball game as he came in for Leonel Hernandez last inning. And I remember playing and hating to be the guy who was either due up or maybe I come in to replace somebody and that person just batted, so I got to wait to get my turn around.
Yep. Either you leading off or – and it always seems to be you go into the game, the ball will find you, you make a good play, and then you come back and you got to lead off. It's never like you go in the game and then you have to wait until your next turn. It seems like it's always like right away you got to be in the game and you're put into the fire. So if you're not ready, it could just come up on you quick.
They say you stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
That's what Tyler Tolbert was saying. He recently went 10 for 10. That was a pretty cool streak, to be able to do that in the big leagues.
Strike 3 over the outside edge, and De Los Santos gets the first out of the inning.
I'm not sure if it was 10 for 10 or 12 for 12.
Or 12 for 12 is what the number got up to.
Pretty impressive, and for a guy like him, putting balls in play, infield hits. I was fortunate to coach him in Double-A. Great kid, and that was so cool to watch.
Breaking pitch down and in to the new hitter, Shepard.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the Cardinals they're on the right track here if they can get this out. 2 outs quick.
Well, what I think started to, or ultimately did the things that Patterson was doing well was he just was not able to stay in the zone. He just too many walks, a little wildness, and the Brewers capitalized every time that he was wild.
Yeah, there was some sort of pattern there with him where he had good stuff, but he would, be 1-0, 2-0, fall behind, then come back in the count, and then eventually just lose, the batter to a walk. And, it's a lot of stressful pitches.
That's a 4-pitch walk to Shepard.
Not sure if the Cardinals this game have had an inning without a walk.
There's been a walk in every frame.
Yeah, that's
leadoff
really
walk in the first two batters in the second batter in the third. I take that back. There were no walks last inning, but there were 2 hit by pitches.
So too many free bases that were given. And, it goes back down to if you can limit the free bases, you have a chance.
Got to make teams earn it. And when you're offering free passes, it's a lot easier not to have to earn it. You can just giving it to them. And then you have a ball that falls in or a misplay somehow, some way, and next thing you know, it is completely falling apart. Now there's another balk.
Yeah, it looked like he came set and moved again after he was set, moved his arms or his hands a little bit more.
Third straight inning with a balk from the Cardinals.
Yeah, just the now you could tell the energy has shifted. It's a little bit slower now. The pace of the game has slowed down, and that's where you get in trouble, right? You start seeing guys on their heels.
Bounce to the short. Good play over at shortstop by Reynolds. Runner advances to third for the out.
Really good right there. Be able to get that out. 2 outs. Got to get in the zone right here. Get the third out.
Very critical batter here. At least as far as the Cardinals are concerned. Like you said, Christian, getting this out without this run scoring could go a long way towards shifting the momentum back towards the red side of the field.
Yeah, and Acuna last time he bunted, so look for him to swing it, especially with 2 outs here.
Back up the middle. Can Reynolds get to it? He does. Will he be able to make the throw? He's not able to do that. Will he be able to get the tag on him? He's out at second base. But the damage is done. Infield single there by Acuna. Drives in another run. It's 9-5 as we go to the bottom of the 5th here from Kansas City. Bottom of the 5th here at the Central Region Tournament. Cardinals behind 9-5 as The Brewers have scored in every inning. Middle of the lineup due up here for the Cardinals. Kabarkis, Fortuno, and Phillips.
A tough inning, last inning right there. They looked like they were going to get out of it, run on third base, 2 outs, and then Acuna hits the ball right over the pitcher, right up the middle. Reynolds makes a really athletic play, but couldn't get the out at first. Ultimately, they end up throwing him out at second base, but the run scored.
Little dribbler to third. Good scoop and throw for the first out. Navahar played the short hop and was able to fire a strike across the field.
Really smooth, nice play right there coming in, reading the hop, short hop out front, in rhythm. Good throw to first. Looked nice.
And if you think it's difficult, it is difficult trying to make that scoop. I know you've been over there a couple times having to deal with it, and, the velocity of the ball off the bat, probably, another rope, this time down the line into the corner by Fortuno. He's going to hustle in a second with another double. This guy is really blistering the baseball today.
Yeah, he's another guy that's been really hitting the ball hard. You can tell his approach. He's very aggressive, ready to go. But that's why it's tough playing third base too. He just got that ball coming in. Short hop, and then the very next pitch you get a line drive hit that hard. You got to be on your toes at third base.
That's exactly what I was about to get at. Sometimes you got to deal with some of those dribblers, and then other times guys are really smoking it. That's why they call it the hot corner.
Yeah, and that's why you got to be able to read the hops, and I think it comes with practice. Taking a lot of ground balls and a lot of reps to be able to read hops. Is it top spin? Is it side spin? Is it slow roller? Third base, first base. It's you got to be ready. You got to be awake over there.
I tried playing third base in one game and realized that was not for me. I'm going to stay in the middle of the diamond. I'm okay with that. I even played catcher a couple of games and felt like, I could rather do this than be over there at third base. You got to be a real guy to stand over there and wait some of these guys really smoke it.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I don't know if I can stand back there for that long and take foul tips and all that. But
that's a hit right up the middle for Phillips. Do they send Fortuno? They do. Here comes the throw. That throw is not very good. It gets cut. No, it doesn't get cut. And Fortuno is pumped out at the plate.
Oh, really good throw from the center fielder. It looked like it was going to be offline, but then they came back, and it led him right into the runner.
In fact, I think because it was offline, it ended up turning into a much better throw and play than it looked like it was supposed to be. It was way up the line, but it was right into the runner, Fortuno, and it ends up being a runner cut down at the plate.
I like the aggressiveness, though, sending them there. They got to score runs. They center fielder and the catcher, they had to play catch. 1 out. Yeah, I like that send right there.
Well, the other part was that the pitcher, Gerard, was standing there. Ideally, he should have been backing up, right? And so he almost went to cut it off. If he had cut it off, then the run scores. Right. But at the last minute, he's like, no, I'm not going to do it. And he ended up going right.
He was definitely in the wrong spot, and, glad that he didn't cut it.
Phillips leading off of first, and he takes off. Pitch upstairs, easy stolen base.
The Cardinals have shown some flashes of really nice base running. They're aggressive. They get good jumps. It's just a matter of getting them on and, timely hitting.
Ball downstairs.
And, I think it's important to touch on this, especially at this age, like being in the right spots. Like learning how, if I give up a ball and there's a hit and there's a runner on second base, I got to get my butt behind home plate. Learn how to do that, covering first base. Like, those things aren't talked about enough.
That's a swing and a miss on a pitch that was off the plate by about 4 to 6 inches, but it gets Milwaukee out of the 5th inning. Runner cut down at the plate. Lead stays at 4. 2 innings left to go here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. It's the Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri. Amore Christian Cologne calling the action as the Brewers here in the senior division are ahead 9-5, courtesy of a big 5-run 4th inning that allowed them to retake the lead from the Cardinals. Cardinals already have dropped their first game, losing 6-1 in the opener. Need to find some way to bring it back here and try to keep from going 0-2 in pool play. Brewers trying to stay on the positive side of the ledger. De Los Santos still in pitching. He's facing Deepray, who got hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance, and that is a ball.
Yeah, Milwaukee's done a great job, of scoring every inning, keeping that pressure on them.
And the Cardinals nearly got out of that last inning, but that chopper up the middle allowed the Brewers to score another one.
Yeah, just kind of a unlucky play. Just turned into another run there.
And De Los Santos has missed 3 times here to start the top of the 6th inning. And, when you start seeing those kind of things happening, when the pitcher and catcher can't get it, it kind of just is showing and saying, kind of where the feelings are, where the energy is for this Cardinals team.
Yeah, and I think they're kept their head up for the most part. They're showing they want it. They're going right back at it, but there's just pockets in there that they kind of let their guard down, and they just kind of, they've done a good job bouncing back, I would say, but they can't feel sorry for yourself out here. We got to go get it and try to come back.
And it's been a long day. They've been out here the entire time, swinging a miss there by Deepray. Deepray had a 3-0 count, and he was like, I'm not walking again. He says, I want to get some swings. So he decided to take the 3-0 hack and then takes the 3-1 hack. But again,
kid.
The Cardinals have been out here all day, and so it may be some of their physical energy is starting to drain.
Yeah, and you really got to push through that. It seems like their best players are really, pushing through that fatigue. They have been out here early, 8 o'clock was the first game, and now they're here and just in the middle of a battle.
And talk about being in the middle of things. Here comes Pozos. He's walked twice, then also had a triple. Excuse me, he had a fielder's choice RBI as well. First
Can
pitch
really
in.
run, really athletic, can really run. Takes a lot of pitches. Perfect, what you want at the top of your order. Takes pitches, sees a lot of pitches for the guys coming behind him.
And Milwaukee, as we've said a couple of times, has scored in every inning. Sometimes they started with an early walk, and that's been part of the problem here. A lot of walks and hits by pitches have led to runs. That off-speed pitch catches the outside edge for strike 2. They have bigger strike zones here at the youth level.
I think so. I mean, you got to keep the game going a little bit. Also, you're not going to, you don't have the challenge system, and it's not an easy job to umpire. Someone's going to be mad at you. It doesn't matter who. But at the end of the day, they've done a good job. They're doing the best they can, and those pitches, they're close enough.
Count 2-2 here to Pozos. That ball lifted out to center field. Churchman chasing it down, and he makes the catch for out number 2.
He's made a couple nice plays going to his left like that. Really on the run, one hand, timing it really good. Really nice play right there by Churchman.
The truth is Churchman has been a guy out here all morning long here into the afternoon, whether he's been a spark plug offensively or making great plays on the defensive side. He has been in the middle of all of the action here for the Cardinals.
Yeah. He played left field center, leading off. He had a little hiccup in left, but didn't let that get him down in the first game. It shows a lot about a guy that can just bounce back, from things too. And we're going to have a pitching change here.
Looks like De Los Santos will exit the game and go over to third base. And now they've got Cabarcas is going to come in and be the new pitcher. We'll let him warm up a little bit. We'll take a quick break and be back. Cardinals trying to fight back, trailing 9-5. We're back, and as we said before the break, Cabarcas is now on the hill for the Cardinals. De Los Santos moves over to third base, and as we talked a little bit off the air, we talked about earlier today, pitch counts are important. They try to preserve these young people's arms, and to have the ability to come and pitch back-to-back days is predicated on how many pitches you may have thrown prior. So as long as you keep that number under 30 in a particular day, then you can come back and pitch the next day, and it may be something they were otherwise trying to consider.
Yeah, and I think as they look beyond this, you know, if they do end up 0-2, they got to be able to have options, you know, and try to get back in this thing somehow.
Cabarcas has been a big stick, certainly, and has played a good third base here this morning and into the afternoon again here for the Cardinals.
Yeah, one of the key players hit a ball right on the nose first game. No luck. That was really impressive how he's pulling the bat. Yeah, making good plays at third. Overall, really good-looking ball player.
The other thing you consider is the roster sizes. They can only bring 16. And unlike when you get to college and playing in professional ball, these guys aren't specializing. I'm almost willing to guarantee you that most everybody out here is a pitcher at some point. They all can throw. So to what levels that they throw, it may be a little different, but you know, all these guys have been on that mound at some point.
Yeah, and that's really the difference between levels. You know, you go up to the college ranks and you got POs, guys that are pitchers only, and, you know, infielders only and outfielders. When it comes down to high school and this level, you got to be able to have do both. You know, have some guys that can play the field and also pitch, which is not easy to do.
Base on balls there, and another walk. Been a bit of the problem here is Cody, who had the big 2-run triple last inning, gets on with a walk, and it'll bring up Cruz.
Yeah, really, really nice at bat by Cruz last time. You know, 2 outs, 2 strikes, gets a ball, hits it down the line. Like, you know, that's and he can run too. You could tell he's athletic, and that was really fun to watch right there, him run.
Brewers trying to manufacture some more offense here. They've scored in every inning. Cody's on the move. Throw down the second, not in time.
I've been really impressed on both sides and the Royals playing early this morning, how well they're running the bases, you know, the jumps they're getting. You could tell they made it a priority to be aggressive on the bases.
Yeah, Cruz didn't quite like that call. Bit of a high strike. In fact, their count is 2-1, not 1-2. Line drive right back up the middle. Here comes the throw way offline. And another run.
And this is where at the outfielder, we got to hit the cutoff. That way that guy doesn't go to second. I don't think he was looking to go to second, but saw the throw so high up that he ended up going there. But, you know, really just having the awareness that let's keep this ball down. That way we can keep that guy at first, not in scoring position.
Well, ultimately, I don't think that as that ball is flied out to short right, second baseman doesn't see it at all, but it's caught out in right field by Bell for the third out. And We'll talk about it when we come back. It's 10-5 Brewers on top of the Cardinals as we go to the bottom of the sixth. Back here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Brewers on top of the Cardinals 10-5. And A.A. Moore here with Christian Colon. And Christian, we were just talking about at the end of the last inning, the run scored and the throw wasn't the greatest, but again, we talk about little things, and what the Cardinals may not have done is properly lined up so that the left fielder who was making that throw could get it home.
That's a great point. That's a great point you're bringing up, because I think that's what starts the play, and that's what gives them an idea of where to throw the ball. So they're looking to throw the ball to the cutoff, and if you're not in the right spot, then that happens.
That's going to be strike one to the new right fielder who made that catch, Jaden Rhodes Sesson. He entered the ball game in right field for Andre Bell. Tried to bunt there and fouled it off for strike one. He was a designated fielder in the first game and did not get any plate appearances. Shows the bunt again and fouls it off.
So, going back to that play, that's the thing, giving them a good target for them to throw the ball, and then if for some reason that ball does go high and they can't cut it off, the catcher needs to come out and try to get it. It's just one of those little things that at this age we got to just continue to remind them and teach them, and it's not the sexy part of the game, but it's very important.
And that's the part that, as you say, you've got to remember that these guys are certainly not finished products, right? They're out here, they're growing, they're learning, and you just kind of keep working until you get them to that next level.
Reminding them, and that's that. Eventually they'll get it where they'll go to where they need to go, and it's kind of muscle memory, but it's just a reminder. Being there as a coach and as a mentor, and just reminding them each and every time.
Gadiel Armenta, who was the starter on the mound in game one in the pinch hit, takes the first pitch for a strike. Your score here. Cardinals trying to hang in, get it back around to the top of the order. We'll see if Armenta can do something. That pitch may have got an extra inch or two off the outside edge.
That was tough. That was tough to, even tried right there to hit it. But I do like the fact, like I said before, they try to overcome some of these calls and, just keep their head forward and keep battling.
Swing and a miss for strike 3, and that's the second out. Does move the lineup back to the top, Churchman.
Yeah, Gerard has done a good job coming in, throwing strikes, getting ahead in counts. Man, it hit his bat right there for a foul ball.
That time it hit the bat. And when you see that ball coming towards your head, the last thing you're thinking is, hey, pull the bat with you.
Yeah.
You're just trying to get out of the way. And
yeah, that happened.
Collateral damage there.
It happened to me twice, 3, 4 times, I think. It happened a lot, it seemed like. It just kind of moved your head, and then your bat stays there. But, right now it seems just kind of things aren't going the way they're intended to go. I mean, it happened twice to them where they kind of duck out of the way, and it's a foul ball.
Quick 0-2 hold here for Churchman. Churchman and Reynolds conversing with each other, pretty much saying, "No, that's not good." And they're working with. They certainly have been working in tandem today, out in the field and certainly at the plate. They have been some real spark plugs for this Cardinal team.
Yeah, really cool to watch. I mean, the camaraderie they got. Obviously, they're looking at each other, telling what they're seeing. They're still playing hard. They're trying to lead by example, and you can tell they're good buddies, and they're still not giving up.
We may have a pitching injury. It looked like after Gerard threw that last pitch, something went awry, because right after he threw it, Coach was out of the dugout. And he knows he's hurt. He's probably, without quite the knowledge of it, been battling through some things, and whatever he did on that last pitch aggravated it, because he immediately knew, and he came right out of the ball game.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. You never want to see that. Just kind of, like you said, looked like he's been maybe was a little sore or something, and just wasn't feeling good. But he just threw one pitch there and just kind of walked away, and I hope it's nothing serious.
So Shepard will move over from first base and come out on the mound, and it'll bring Hernandez, who started this game on the mound. He'll come back into the game, and now he's at first base. Here's maybe part of the problem ultimately for the Cardinals, and something they're going to have to think about here. Again, times on these games, 2 hours and 15 minutes. We're approximately 4 to 5 minutes away from reaching that time limit. Now, if you start another inning before you reach the time limit, you can play that inning.
Yeah.
If the Cardinals stretch this out just a little bit, this is going to be their last at bat.
And that's the thing. After the games that played today, I guarantee you it's going to be hard for them to go back. And we beat ourselves at times. We put ourselves in tough spots. Now they got to really make some happen.
Have to worry about that. It was a one-pitch performance there by Shepard as he gets strike 3, and the Cardinals or the Brewers strike out the side. In fact, they're going to say that's it. Time is, in fact, up, and this game will be called after 6 innings. So the Brewers.
Yep, they came in
and got, again, the big 5-run frame in the 4th. They score in every inning, and they're going to come out of here with a 10-5 win over the Cardinals, who were certainly game, Christian. It just could not get away from that big inning.
Yeah, as you said, it's really good job by Brewers. You know, their first game today coming out and fighting. In both games, you know, the Cardinals didn't play bad. They ran into some luck issues too, but also a lot of free passes, you know, like we talked about. I think that ended up hurting them a lot. And just hopefully they can learn from this, not get too down, and just focus on the next few games.
Yeah, 6 of the free passes, 4 walks and 5 walks and a hit by pitch all came in to score. Big difference in this ball game.
All the balks too.
Certainly did not help a bunch. The Brewers are going to play again here in probably about 40 minutes. They will take on the Royals team, which got the big win in Game 1 against the Cardinals, as both of those teams will look to remain undefeated in pool play. We'll take the break here as well. Come back and join us in about 30 minutes as these two teams get ready to battle. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon, we thank you for joining us. Again, final score, Brewers 10, Cardinals 5. Welcome back. It's Game 3 of pool play here at the Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. A.A. Moore here bringing you the action with Major Leaguer and World Series champion Christian Colon. And Christian, we've seen 2 good ball games between the Cardinals out of St. Louis and the teams out of Milwaukee and Kansas City. Both of those teams got wins, big 5-run innings, but now they're going to play each other, and we should hopefully expect to see some really good baseball.
Yeah, I really think today has been about the resilience of these guys coming in and pushing through, you know, some tough innings they've had to overcome. There's been a lot of free passes, which they're trying to limit. But overall, it's been really good baseball games. They're going back and forth. Obviously, we have the 2 winners now going head-to-head here. Should be a really good game. Yeah, it just comes down to who can limit the free bases, really.
Well, we've seen both of these teams be able to put runs on the board in bunches at least once, and it ended up being the difference in both of those ball games. The Royals, with the win over the Cardinals, they won 6-1 with a 5-run second inning. But then in the second game, the Cardinals had taken a lead, and yet Milwaukee was able to keep scoring until they put up their 5-run fourth inning, which was the difference in a 10-5 game. And we talk about pool play and the importance of being able to have the best record coming out of the pool play, and both of these teams are looking to possibly get out of here at 2-0 and be able to be that top dog.
Yeah, and you said it perfectly. I think it came down to 1 inning in both games. You know, a tough luck on the side of the Cardinals there. They start 0-2, but, hey, it's not over. They can still make some happen. We're ready for this matchup here now with some, you know, little light rain, but we're ready to go.
They're going to play through it. We talked about these turf fields. They look really good. First pitch is down and away for ball 1, and we are underway as Thomas Smith will lead off for the Royals. We'll go through their lineup here in just a moment. Smith playing shortstop. He started the first game as the pitcher and was out after 2 innings, but he played a very slick infield. He played on the left side, played some third base and shortstop as well.
Really good athlete. He has a really big time arm, and you can tell he's one of the leaders. You know, he cares. He wants to get out here and compete. Really, really nice looking ball player.
Well, they're facing Emilio Cruz. That pitch just misses the outside edge to even the count. He's a lefty tossing for the Milwaukee side. Again, we'll get to this lineup for Kansas City in just a minute as Smith lofts one out to center field in the rain, and catch is made there by Eric Cody for the first out. Let's go through the rest of the lineup here for Kansas City. It'll be Smith, as you just saw. He's starting at shortstop. Stephen Clark coming to the plate here. He's the left fielder. Jackson Palmer will do the pitching. Wade Green will play third base. Cameron Washington, slick, sharp fielding. Cameron Washington is in the game. He'll play second base and hit fifth. Grayson Foster, who drove in 4, including a big bases clearing triple, he will bat sixth and play first base. It's Andrew Ravanini. He'll play center field and bat seventh. Brandon Cannon will do the catching and hit eighth. Landon Leslie will bat ninth and play right field.
It's a really well balanced lineup. For Kansas City, you could tell they got a couple righties out there, got lefties too mixed in. It's well balanced.
That pitch just missed. Runs the count to 2-1. The Cardinals threw a left-hander who did pretty well outside of that one inning.
Yeah, they just kept him in there. Really, even after that inning, he continued to pitch well.
Ground ball gets through up the middle. That's going to be a base hit for Clark. First hit of the ball game for the Royals.
And you can tell now by this third game, the jitters are kind of out. It's back to baseball. Back to business, and they're. This is both teams got a lot of energy, high energy guys. They're ready to play.
Again, having that success certainly lifts some spirits, lifts some confidence for both of these teams. We saw Milwaukee scored in every inning of that game that was stopped because of the time limit. 6 innings, but they scored in each one of them. It was 1-1-1, then a 5, and then they put 2 more ones up, and that's how they got to 10.
Yeah, really, really well balanced lineup too. Relentless. It seems like they didn't take anything for granted. They want to score every inning, and they had a good approach at the plate.
As you see Cruz pitching, he did not pitch in the first game, so if he can keep it under 30 pitches, he'll be available to pitch tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and now there's a little bit of challenge, with a little bit of rain, not a lot. He's got to get in the zone. Again, it's all about limiting them free passes and getting in the zone for your pitchers.
Missed with 4 straight bad ones, and now it's first and second for the Royals.
So they got some cooking here. Watch for the aggressiveness. It's been all 3 teams have been really good about stealing bases when they need to. I'm sure that's in the scouting report, making sure they stay on that.
Green has started to get a little wild here. He's thrown 5 straight bad ones after giving up the hit. Still missing.
That was a little closer, but when you're missing, it's going to be hard to get those pitches.
Right. The umpire's going to make you get it in the zone, that's for sure. What we've seen is, as you talked about, free passes have meant trouble, but just getting guys on base and just keeping the line moving, that has for some reason been the undoing of opposing pitchers. And that, I'm talking about everybody.
Yeah.
The only team that kind of got out unscathed a bit was the Royals in that first game, but there was a lot of traffic on the bases.
There was a lot of traffic on the bases, and I think they minimized the damage enough to come out on top. But like we talked about earlier, the first game the Royals played today, really early in the morning, and 6-1, it wasn't the kind of blowout that we thought. The Cardinals were still in the game, and even up until the last inning, where they got Washington pitching, and he was, he kind of let them back in with the free passage. Really big pitch coming up right here.
Royals trying to keep the pressure on. And that pitch was not close as it misses outside, and now the bases are loaded.
We're going to have a mound visit, but it's all about stopping momentum. You know, this is what I mean. We've been talking about the free passes, you know, they get you in trouble, and then it's just now anything can happen, and the luck can be on the Royals side here. They find a hole, they score 2, and they kind of set the tone for this third game here, scoring first.
And that was part of the problem at that point, which was simply 6 free passes, 5 walks, and a hit batter all came around the score in that 10-5 win for the Brewers. And, you know, when you have 5 guys who come around, or 6 guys who come around that way, and you only win by 5, you know, you can point directly to the difference.
Yeah, those are games that they're going to want to. They're going to want to go back and just explain to the kids, you know, hey, we kind of beat ourselves a little bit here. Make him earn it.
Well, this guy has certainly been earning all the looks here, Cameron Washington, as he lifts one out to left. That's going back. It may be over the head, and it is. 1 run's going to score. But everyone had to kind of wait. It's going to be an RBI single for Washington, and well, I tell you, he's got all the attention out here, man. He plays with that swag that these young guys like to come out with.
Yeah.
You see him glowing over at first base, not just because he drove in the first run.
Yeah, you could tell he's confident. He knew he was going to get the job done there. Got a really good pitch to elevate. You know, regardless of the outcome, he was going to get a run in. That's what you want, you know, out of your starters and kids that you know, they're leaders. You could tell they're leaders on the team, and, you know, he got the Royals on the board early. And, you know, still more damage could be done here.
And unfortunately for Milwaukee, Cruz is just missing all over the place.
And his pitch count's starting to get up there, you know, when you think about 1 out, bases loaded. You know, as the base runners take their lead and their secondaries, you know, you just can't have a line drive really end the inning here with the double play.
Grayson Foster fouls that one back. He was the big offensive star in the game against the Cardinals. Bases clearing double. Drove in 3, and then he had another RBI on a ground out. Drove in 4 of the 6. This one gets through. Oh, it's off the glove of the third baseman. Station-to-station baseball, but it is getting the job done for Kansas City.
And right now, Milwaukee's got to find a way to stop the bleeding and get another out. You know, this is why then innings get extended. Then you find holes. Maybe a big hit here can really put this inning, you know, give them a big inning here.
That'll bring up Ravicini, Andrew Ravicina. He did not play in the first game. This is his first at-bat of the day as that one has bounced to the plate. Do they have a play at home? No, they do not. Wild pitch brings in another, and now it's 3-0. Kansas City.
They got someone warming up already. Again, this is their coaching staff, Brewers coaching staff, trying to put a stop to the bleeding here. Now, you know, 2-0 count, second and third, 1 out. It's not ideal. You gotta make this stop.
Good pitch in for a strike, and that's what we saw Kansas City do in the first game. It wasn't like they had a ton of opportunities, but when they had them,
They capitalized on
they
them.
certainly did that.
They fight off pitches. They grind at bats. For a kid that didn't play up until this point, coming up in this situation, he's putting a good at bat together. It's really impressive.
Forget Kansas City played in the first game. They just sat down for the last 3 hours. So to come back out here and start putting runs on the board right away.
Yeah, they're aggressive. They're aggressive and they play with the swagger. Led by the top two guys in the lineup. Smith. And Clark. Those guys get on, but as we get another walk here, free passes.
And right now, the Milwaukee side has not made the move. I'm almost sure they did not expect to be worried about having to replace the starting pitcher in the first, but you may have to do something before this game gets away from you. Already 3 runs in, bases still loaded. Number 8 hitter Brandon Cannon up to the plate for Kansas City as he files that back.
Yeah, really good swing here. I like to see Cruz bear down here, really make a good pitch, try to get a ground ball, get out of this inning.
He gets the ground ball. They're only going to be able to get one. It's going to be an RBI ground out for Cannon. And now it's 4-0.
It turned into a big inning. They're going to bat around here if he finds a way to get on.
So the question becomes, do you bat around if everyone bats, or does the 10th person have to come up to bat around?
Yeah. I count it as batting around now. He's taking his at bat. Now, he let off. So if he
makes the out, did they bat around, or did just everyone bat?
That's kind of tricky, huh? I'd say they batted around because he already hit.
All right.
I think.
So since everybody hit once,
Yeah.
even if he doesn't hit again, they bat around.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to roll with you, Christian. Of course, if Leslie gets on base, that's a moot point anyway. Because
Yeah. Coming straight back at us right here.
Everyone flinched but me.
Yeah, you could feel it's humid out there right now after that little rain. They're gonna have to push through that too.
Leslie fouls another one
It's
off.
a lot of pitches early on. This offense is really doing a good job spoiling good pitches, fouling them off.
Kansas City still looking for an opportunity to put more on the board here. You see Leslie still fouling pitches off.
Yeah, he's just trying to get one that he can handle. And this is really going to be tough if he gets a base hit and they score 2. That's going to take the air out of Milwaukee's team.
Can't get it past Leslie here thus far in this at-bat. I don't think they're worried about the 30 pitch number at this point. He's not going to be able to pitch.
Yeah, they're going to let
pitch
him ride.
tomorrow. He's going to have to take a day off. That one chopped down the line, foul. Fouled off 5 or 6 straight pitches.
Good battle.
In fact, they might be getting ready to pull him now. He's probably at 29, and they're going to have to take him to be able to preserve him to pitch tomorrow. So they're going to make the change right here, right in the middle of that bat, so that he can still throw tomorrow.
Yeah, trying to save him for tomorrow. I bet they weren't expecting that. They have to, readjust. And, a lot of these coaches, they go through scenarios and think about what they're going to do when when things happen like this. You know, plan B, plan A, what are we going with?
The plan B, at least at this point, is going to be Kevin Wright, who was listed as the DH, and they've already burned that. We'll let him warm up. We'll take a quick break and be right back. Kevin Wright on the hill for the Brewers, trying to get this last strike. As he replaces Emilio Cruz, who just could not get this inning finished.
And you don't get to see many pitching changes in the middle of the at-bat for Leslie right here. He's really having a good at-bat.
They were trying to preserve him to make sure that he did not get to a number where he would not be able to pitch for the rest of the weekend. And there you go, strike three on the outside edge. Finishes the at-bat and finishes the inning for the Royals. Royals score 4 times on 3 hits, 3 walks, leave 2 runners on base. We played half an inning. Kansas City 4, Milwaukee coming up. Bottom of the first here at the Urban Youth Academy Motley Family Field, where the Royals put up a 4 spot in the top of the first, and Milwaukee is going to look to answer with this lineup. Leading off and playing shortstop, Santino Pozos. Batting second is the center fielder, Eric Cody. He was the DH, is now the pitcher. Kevin Wright will pitch third, and Leonel Hernandez is the cleanup hitter and playing first base. Lucas Stapleton, who did not get into the first game, he's in. He's the third baseman. He'll bat fifth. And Giovanni Serrano is doing the catching and hitting sixth. Emilio Cruz, who's now the DH, he'll hit seventh. As Pozos hits one out to center field, and it's going to get over the head of Ravanini, and it's going to go all the way to the wall, and Pozo, they're going to wave him. Here comes the throw from Washington. It's up the line. It is an inside the park home run for Santino Pozos to start the bottom of the first.
Wow, what a statement. What a statement right away, being down 4-0. And it looks like any ball that gets in the gap. Yeah, that any ball that gets in the gap here, it turns into a triple. But it reminds me of this one time, and we started the 2015 World Series with an inside the park homer by Alcides Escobar, where Cespedes kicked the ball, and what a statement that was, and it was confidence right there.
Oh, there's a drive deep to right field, but it's going to be caught.
Really good swing.
Landon Leslie pulls it in as Eric Cody was bidding for extra bases.
That really must have been top spun because it really came off the bat really hot. This Milwaukee team, again, can't count them out. They can swing it.
And they have not lacked any confidence at the plate. Again, they've now scored in every inning that they've played here today. And I'm not going to tell you any stories. I did not watch the first game of the World Series in 2015. I was not feeling very good that day.
Yeah.
I saw the end.
Yeah. No, man, that was such a crazy start to a World Series, and Esky was the guy that swung at the first pitch of the game all the time, and for us, one pitch, 1-0. It was pretty electric at the K.
And, you talk about that. Why do hitters because most of the time it's fastball pumped right through the zone for a strike. Why is everyone taking right there?
I really go back to, personally for me, sometimes I was a little timid and afraid to make an out right away. And really, when you look at the game of baseball, you're right. They're trying to get ahead. They're trying to work middle of the plate. That's one of the best pitches you're going to see. If you're ready to go and swing it, you should be pretty good.
Well, Milwaukee continues to swing it. It's going to be Kevin Wright's single there with one out. And they continue to put bat on ball here in the first.
Yeah, you could tell they're not faced by the inning they had. Kansas City, they're going to be, having to stop this momentum here. But they can swing it, and they're not faced with what will happen earlier in the game.
Shepard comes in as the courtesy runner for Wright.
And like we talked about, they're older. They're not going to get rattled. They're going to continue to do what they do. That's an aggressive send by their coach. Obviously, the right play saw that the middle infielders were really deep. Washington had trouble getting the ball. Go ahead and wave them.
Again, this is a major league dimensioned outfield. So where they're playing, obviously a lot closer than maybe you'd play, at some older age groups. But if the ball gets to the wall, there's still a lot of room to roam out there, and the send is probably going to be the best thing to do.
And as of now, the game is 4-1 in favor of Kansas City, but you can see and feel how excited the dugout gets over here for the Brewers, how they're loud, and there's a sense that they're coming back. They know they can come back.
Well, it's certainly helped by 3 balls that have been tattooed here on the first 3 hitters.
Mm-hmm.
Good pitch on the outside edge there by Palmer.
You see the coaches bringing in the center fielder, especially after that play. It looked like he came in and it kind of burnt them and then turned into that. You don't have to, make adjustments just yet. Just
foul tipped into the glove, strike 3, and Hernandez is down swinging for out number 2.
That's a big out. Stop the momentum a little bit right here.
That'll bring up Stapleton. He gets his first hack here this afternoon.
It's pretty exciting start to this game.
Breaking pitch down. Good block there behind the plate by Cannon. Good pitch on the inside edge to even the count. Yeah, I was talking about the first pitch swinging. Again, I played a long time ago, but
Yeah.
I always felt like it was a bad at bat if I saw strike two, man. Strike one.
Yeah.
If it was close, I'm ready to swing at it all, and it's probably why I didn't make it anywhere close as far as you made it. But that being said, I don't know. It's the game changed a lot, and ways to get on base are looked at as hey, walks as good as a hit, and I understand that part. But if you're a middle of the order guy, then no one wants to walk. It's
Right, and then there's things to that. Obviously, you have to who's pitching. If he's really good throwing first pitch strikes, you're more aggressive. This guy's got to be able to identify who's pitching and what they're throwing early in counts. But absolutely, you hit it. It's a good point. A lot of hitters take that first pitch and you're already down in defensive mode. When hitting, it's about being ready at all times. Every pitch, it can show up with the first pitch or it could be the last pitch of the at bat.
And I guess I also understand, especially given pitch counts, even at this level, if you run the number up, they may not be able to stay in games, or you burn them for the next game. But man, if you talk about trying to jumpstart your team in an offense, if you know that first pitch is one they're going to groove, then you make them pay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the only way that probably time I wouldn't like it is when you're leading off an inning and you make it out on the first pitch. It kind of sets back the rest of the hitters coming up. But man, if situations like this present themselves, especially with 2 outs and you coming up to hit, you'd be ready for that fastball in the zone and you can take a hit.
How often did you lead off?
I hit first or second most of my career in the minor leagues and in college, and then in the big leagues that was more like 7, 8, 9. Hit second sometimes, but it was that was kind of my job too, in a sense, working the counts and making the pitcher work.
Swing and a miss there by Serrano, who comes up with runners on first and second.
This inning has felt kind of long, too. Got to stay in the zone here.
They might get a pick off, and no, in fact, it was because the runner was late, and they might get a chance to throw him out at second, and he's out at second. That went from bad to good to bad very quickly there for Milwaukee, and it takes away another scoring opportunity for the Brewers. But as Christian said, this one got off to a very hot start. Inside the park home run by Santino Pozos, and it's 4-1 Kansas City over Milwaukee.
Somebody warm up Kevin, let's go.
back here at the Urban Youth Academy for the 2026 Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. Kansas City back to the plate. Christian Cologne said they batted around in the first. Either way it goes, Thomas Smith is back leading off the second. He's flied out to center. He didn't get in on any of the action in the first.
yeah, absolutely. This two teams got good offenses, and they're ready, man. They're ready to play. We got a little bit more velocity on the mound now for Milwaukee.
Yeah, Wright is in there pumping that heater in. He got a call third strike. Tried to go to the off-speed pitch there and threw it into the ground. 2-1 is your count, but he's working quickly. Fastball in. You know, and we've talked about pitchers in pace, and sometimes, though, that pace can be bad for you. Sometimes it takes slowing it down. Smith goes the opposite way. It goes off the glove of Martinez, and now Smith is in on the action with a leadoff single.
Good effort right there by the second baseman, just cut off his glove. But again, here's another example of the guys at the top of the lineup, man. They're finding ways to get on base. They stay aggressive, swinging the bat.
Clark singled and scored. Smith wasting no time. He goes down to second. That ball's thrown into center field. Smith was unable to pick it up because he probably could have made it to third, but he'll stand on second with a stolen base.
Continue to be aggressive. First pitch right there. Steals. Really, really good jump. Now it's about getting him to third. Again, one out, get him to third base.
Guys paying a little more attention at second base after we saw earlier today some guys just getting, huge jumps, pretty much able to walk into third base.
Yeah, we really haven't had a close stolen base play, and that's the testament to these guys doing a good job with their leads. Like we've seen before, it's really good velocity, but we're not finding the strike zone and creating problems.
It's real easy. You turn on these games like MLB The Show, and you got guys throwing 100, 101, and it seems to always find the strike zone at 100, 101, but it's not very easy to keep 100 and 101 in the zone. That's why you see the best guys, even at the major league level. If you're not throwing strikes, they're not going to keep you up there no matter how hard you throw.
Yeah, no, it's hard to keep in the zone, and to be honest, it's I don't really care how hard you throw a ball for, it has to be a balance between stuff and getting outs,
Some of the best guys, even in the last 10 years, one of my favorite guys was Kyle Hendricks. He probably couldn't break 85 real good on his best day. Yep. He couldn't do that, and yet this man won an ERA title. Mm-hmm. He rarely walked anybody, and he took some no-hitters deep in the ball games.
Yeah, as I would like to say, that was like the most comfortable 0 for 4 that I have. Just get in there and seeing the ball so well, but you can't get any hits. They just know how to pitch, they keep you, off balance. And, you can make a living with that, and you can be a really good pitcher if you can spot up.
Right now, it appears anyway here early going that Kevin Wright is just having a little trouble finding the zone. Serrano tried to frame there, couldn't get the call, and now the count's full. Good pitch for strike 3, and that'll send Palmer back to the bench for the first out.
Really good pitch there, 3-2, breaking ball. after missing with a couple fastballs up and away. You can tell he wants it. He wants the moment. As we continue to see the fielders not getting in front of the runners is making it tougher for them. That has to be a good throw for them to be able to catch it. But, yeah, they're still in business. Kansas City's got a chance here.
Good breaking pitch. A little out of the zone, ball one. And that throw, that spinning throw, it's a lot tougher than people might think. And there goes Smith.
Happens quick. That's tough right there. You got no strikes on you. He has a really good jump to go to third, and I'm sure that he wishes he didn't offer at that.
Yeah, he was trying to check his swing, I believe, Green, and just kind of caught the bat there. Those pesky bats sometimes get in the way.
Kansas City stays aggressive on the offensive side of things. They know they can get to third. Really good jump right there. Would have made it. See what happens here.
That pitch fouled back. As you can see, Milwaukee certainly having an issue with Smith over there at second base. Knowing that huge jump that he just got, they've got Martinez nearly standing on the bag once that pitch is delivered, and it leaves so much space on the right side. If Green pokes it through, it could be two bags for everyone.
Yeah, they're not liking the fact that he can take off.
Another good breaking pitch for strike three, and it freezes Green for out number two.
And something I want to point out that I'm seeing is how right on the mound his presence, how he wants the moment. He wants to get back in the dugout. That's really cool to be able to see that, when you get in trouble and you're still making pitches.
And that ball's thrown into left field, and Thomas Smith steals third and steals a run as the ball is thrown out into left field.
Really manufacturing a run right there. He did it, They're going to try to ask for interference here on Washington on that throw, but
and that's exactly what they get. Wow. And it looks
you got
like
to be
they're
able to kind of probably meet before making that call right there.
Well, here's the issue is that Washington, there was a fastball up and in. He was just moving out of the way.
Right.
And so it's unfortunate. It looks like the call is going to stand, but there was nothing Washington could do with a high, tight fastball. So they'll take
it kind of took
off.
him out that way. That was unfortunate right there.
But it looks like that's going to end the inning, and they're going to take that run off the board for Kansas City. It's 4-1 as we get ready to go to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second inning here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, Missouri. There's been nothing but interestingness going on here in these first couple of frames. 4-spot from Kansas City in the top of the first. Inside the park home run in the bottom of the first. Now an interference call that takes a run off the board in the top of the second.
Yeah, this kind of feels like a heavyweight matchup, man. Blows back and forth, guys swinging. Weird, tricky plays, Yeah, it's a lot closer than 4-1 for sure. That's what it feels like.
Serrano was at the plate when the throw over to first, the pickoff, ended up turning into an out to end the inning.
And this is where, again, you can sense it, you can hear it from here. Their dugout, it's invested big time. Milwaukee's really loud, making sure they, they take advantage of every opportunity they get.
Well, the coaching staff is not having any shortage of confidence either, as they're, telling their guys, "Hey, keep it moving. We got this."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really nice job by their head coach to just come out there and ask, and it actually got a big run off the board.
Ball lofted out to right field. Catch made out in right field by Landon Leslie for the first out.
Completely different inning when you get the leadoff guy out. Just feels like you're in control of the inning as a defensive, as the pitcher and as a defense versus walking the guy or, letting him get a hit. It's a different vibe.
That'll bring up Emilio Cruz. Started the game as the pitcher. He's now the DH. And he hits one out to center field. Will it get down? Washington can't find it, and it does get down. Single by Cruz. Finds a little space out there in no man's land for a base hit.
Yeah, Washington got turned around there. Could have maybe had a play, but it was a tough play for an infielder, going back on a ball like that with the sun. Just got lucky right there. Got a good hit.
Inglés Acuna.
Don't be surprised if they're moving here, running, hit and run, something. Seems like always Acuna is willing to bunt, willing to sacrifice his at-bat.
Again, I keep looking at Big Grayson Foster over at first base, and all he's missing is the mustache. Looking like Balboni over at first base.
This is a young Billy Butler.
Oh, yeah, Billy Butler too, right? Billy Butler could swing it, man. He really could.
Yes, he could. He, talking about Verlander retiring, I think Billy really hit Verlander the best out of anybody I've seen. And Verlander is, hard to square up. He's going to be a Hall of Famer and really a hard pitcher to compete against.
It's amazing sometimes how when you've got guys like that as ball four and Acuna is going to make his way over to first base, and with one out now, Milwaukee has something cooking. But they're guys who may be career 220 hitters, but against certain guys, certain pitchers, they really, have great at-bats. And any other way, it doesn't make sense that they would be able to hit one particular guy. But
and usually the good pitchers, guys that, like I said, that they go against other pitchers and is a comfortable 0-for-4, but all of a sudden – they see Mariano Rivera, and they're the only guy in the lineup that actually has success. It was pretty cool seeing Billy compete against Verlander like that, knowing that it was almost like a mental game. you know, hey, Billy's got my number.
Right,
And
the
he
pitchers
just-
know.
yeah, right.
They know they're the guys because most of the guys don't get them.
Right.
They get the bunt down. Good sacrifice there by Alfredo Mathuzima.
Really nice play by the catcher to stay with that. That was a tough bunt. Good bunt. Move the runners over. There's 2 outs now, but anything can happen.
And it gets you to the top of the order with Pozos, who we saw he can really put a charge into one.
Yes, he can.
Lifts this one.
Oh, this might be
Washington,
trouble.
he's over there. He misses it. It drops. 1 run will score. Another run will score. And Pozos finds empty space, and this time it turns into a 2-run single.
Finding holes, man. That's the name of the game. Putting the ball in play. Finding holes, and right there, that's again tough break for Kansas City there. You know, Washington having to run a long ways. And we got a ball game.
Man, more 2-out magic for Milwaukee. And again, they keep the streak going. They've played 8 innings, had 8 at-bats, and have scored in each of those frames.
Yeah, pretty impressive to see, you know, how relentless this offensive has been this today, both games. And look for him to continue to keep the pressure on Kansas City and run.
Swing and a miss there from Cody. Cody had a big hit in the game against the Cardinals. Big 2-run triple.
He doesn't get cheated. He definitely swings hard.
He's got that chain glistening, too.
Yeah.
Amazingly, that play was a little closer than I had expected because Pozos had a huge jump.
Yeah, that's pretty simple right there. Pretty easy for him, you know, just to take that bag. Now he's in scoring position.
Pozos is the tying run. Pitch misses upstairs and away. It's ball 3.
And looking at the coach, especially at first base, it looked like they have a tell on the pitcher too. When they steal, they have some sort of tell that he's doing where they're getting really good jumps. And hopefully Kansas City can see that and let them know.
Well, right now, it's another walk. 3rd walk of the game. Milwaukee drew 7 walks in the first game and had 2 hit by pitches.
Yeah, this offense is relentless. It's relentless, you could tell. They're not going to stop. They're going to continue to come. But Kansas City's offense is kind of the same way. They fouled off good pitches. They make you have long innings. And that's what we've seen so far here, both long innings from both teams.
For whatever reason, Milwaukee keeps making it work with 2 outs, and they do it again. Here comes the wave. Here comes the throw. It's cut off by Washington. He's going to throw it to third. No, there's no one over at first. And it's an RBI single by Wright, and we're tied at 4.
Yeah, they're definitely confident. They know they can hit. They're right back in this game. And, you know, if you're Kansas City, you got to find a way to stop it here and know that back and forth. It's going to be a back and forth kind of game.
3 runs with 2 outs here in the bottom of the second have tied this game at 4. Still a runner in scoring position for Milwaukee. Shepard back in the run over at first. Right back to the bump. Good pick and throw there by Palmer. Ends the threat. But 3 runs on 3 hits, including a big 2-run single by Santino Pozos. And this game is tied at 4 at the end of 2. Top of the 3rd inning, the fireworks continue to go off here between Milwaukee and Kansas City. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon here from the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City, where these two teams are knotted at 4 as we start the top of the 3rd. First pitch in is a strike to Grayson Foster. These guys are getting it done with crooked numbers. Ground ball by Foster, and he's going to be the first out.
Yeah, we got it. We got a ball game here now. You know, it's tied, and you can tell these boys are ready to play. They're amped up. They're competing at the fullest they could do it. It's hot. They don't care. They want to win. They want to go undefeated here today.
And that's the kind of the brass ring here at the end of this, is that the winner is going to be on top of the pool as we go into day 2.
Feeling pretty good about themselves.
Out to have a quick conversation is the catcher Serrano, trying to get right, if you will.
Yeah, you feel like you get an out pretty quick. You got to just continue to put that pressure on the offense. You know, just stay in the zone, and we've seen quite a bit of three ball counts. 3-2, 3-0, 3-1s.
That pitch in for a strike to Andrew Ravasini. He walked in the first. A little late there on that breaking pitch for strike 2.
Wright is confident. He's confident with that fastball.
But he misses there, and Ravasini walks for the second time today.
He has plenty of velocity. He has to get more. I think he tried a little bit right there, overthrew him, walked him. There's a chance for Kansas City to do something here.
Quick toss over to first. Tried to bunt, but fouled it off. Bunting a bit of a lost art as you get to the upper levels, but down here, it's still very important and a skill that you want to have.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. It's a skill that will get you, to put pressure on the defense, and at this level, putting pressure on the defense is important. In my opinion, at any level, and I think that's what we're seeing a little bit more of the MLB teams bringing it back. The Tampa Bay Rays are having a really good year, and they're using a lot of this small ball, and I believe it's coming back. I mean, that's the right way to play the game of baseball.
Well, small ball after you get it past those first three guys. Those guys play
Yeah.
big ball all day long.
No doubt, no doubt. Got to have a balance.
See, we've got a little something going on out here. Let's see what this discussion is about. That was just strike 2 to Brandon Cannon.
Maybe it's a little bit of
Maybe the umpire just needed
dehydration.
some
Yeah,
water.
they got to hydrate. They're not feeling too good. It's hot. Like we said, it's humid.
Yeah, everybody's back there, and you got to think about the gear that the umpire, especially the home plate umpire, is wearing.
Yeah, no doubt.
Carrying that
Chest protector.
chest protector and in black, and you got a mask on, and you just stand out there. You're not moving around. The sun is cooking.
And to your point, it's not like they can go and sit down in any of the dugouts.
Right. Pitch just misses inside, evens the count at 2.
They got to stand out there the whole time.
Good catch there at second base.
That was a
By Martinez.
Yeah, high pop up. You could kind of hear him say, "I can't see it," but he stuck with it. Made the catch right there. If I'm Kansas City, I wanna get to second somehow.
Give yourself a chance to go ahead and just with a single try to knock it in.
Mm-hmm.
And Ravicini is starting to take a little extra off of first. Pitch fouled back, strike 1.
Yeah, Wright's been pitching well, throwing a good velocity fastball. Really getting ahead of hitters. Here it
Breaking
is.
pitch swung and missed, but gets to the backstop, and now you've got your runner in scoring position.
Yeah, now if you're Leslie, you just got to put the ball in play, see what happens. You can find a hole, kind of like Pazos did, and see if we can get some going for you. You can get some going for your team.
Right, trying to work out of a little mini spot here. And he does with strike 3 on the outer edge. And that will retire the side. A 1-out walk. Runners left stranded at second base. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. This game is tied at 4. We've reached the bottom of the third inning here in the senior division play at the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. Milwaukee with a 3 spot in the bottom of the second tied this game at 4. This is the 9th inning of work on the offensive side for the Brewers, and they're looking to try to score for the 9th time.
Pretty impressive, relentless offense again.
First pitch behind the back of
we got a little
Stapleton.
dust
He didn't
up
like
there.
it.
Yeah,
As
he didn't like it.
A little small gaze out towards the mound to Jackson Palmer.
And this is what you're going to get with the top 2 teams, right? You know, you're going to get some looks. You know, they're not going to like certain things, and ultimately at the end, you got to show it on the field and your performance, man. You got to come out with the W here.
It was a breaking ball. It wasn't like he was trying to put a fastball in his back.
Yeah, that's what kind of the pitcher was kind of looking at him like, really?
The problem here is Palmer hasn't put any of them in the strike zone, and now it's 3-0. They get me over strike.
Big pitch here coming up.
Said that one was upstairs. It's going to be a leadoff walk for Milwaukee.
Usually when you walk the first guy, what do we get?
Another run across the plate.
Yeah.
That's right. Serrano started last inning with a fly ball to right field. He takes strike 1. Bounces the breaking ball.
Nice stop by the catcher there. Tough play. He went to get out of it and block it, but it kind of came back. He was able to keep it in front.
You know, the part I like about youth baseball that, you know, some of these things get away as you get to the upper levels. But look at Milwaukee. They've got a guy with a red helmet on, a guy at the plate with a green helmet on,
Yeah.
and the on-deck circle, someone's got a white one on.
Yeah, bring what you got, man, and let's play some ball.
That ball's fouled.
It's really, truly refreshing to see the love for the game. You know, everybody that's out here, you know, especially for this tournament, the effort they put into it and the love for the game, you know, it's truly refreshing to see.
You know, I when I first started playing, we didn't have full uniforms. There were times I was going out striking out guys in corduroy pants and stuff.
That's what I'm talking about. It don't matter. It don't matter.
And I don't think they went home feeling bad by getting struck out by a guy who was wearing corduroys.
Love it. I love it.
That ball's right up the middle. Should be 2. Smith steps on second, fires to first. Easy 6-3 double play.
That's
for
the
2
pitcher,
outs.
Pitcher's best friend right there. Really good pitch right there. Breaking ball in the outside corner. Just kind of rolled it over. Smith did the rest.
He didn't rush it. You know, he took his time. He just made sure he fielded the ball. Easy touch on second before he fired it across for the twin killing.
Yeah, really nice play.
That gets lofted out to left field. Catch made a little more adventurous than they probably wanted to out in left field, but Stephen Clark pulls it in, and that will end the inning. Leadoff walk erased by a double play, and the Milwaukee scoring streak stops at 8 innings. It's 4-4 after 3. We've reached the top of the fourth inning. Moore, Christian Colon. Kansas City trying to take some of this momentum back. Finally able to slow Milwaukee down from getting a run in an inning for the first time here this afternoon.
Yeah, two heavyweight matchups right here. I mean, two really good teams, and their offenses, they're really relentless with it, and they just get on base. Both of them, they make sure they fight with two strikes. It's been fun to watch.
Smith swings through that one. He's in a hole 0-2. He's 1 for 2. He's singled off the glove of second baseman Emilian Martinez. Stole second, and this time he's going to hit one to the gap. Got a good cut, but Smith said he's going to take two. Here comes the throw. He's going to be in there with a leadoff double.
Really athletic player. You can see it. Can run well, hits well. And, up to that point, Wright was really pitching well right there. It leaves a mistake over the plate and turns into a leadoff double. That's exactly what Kansas City needed.
Gets the bunt down. Now Smith is caught. They throw it down, and Smith is out at second base.
That's a tough play, man. Ball goes up in the air. As a runner, you don't know if you need to go or not. Gets caught in between, but you can't get thrown out right there. They're trying to move you, Good heads-up play by the catcher. Really good heads-up play.
And it probably would have been a base hit because at that point Serrano kind of froze and it was going to let Clark get in to first. But what happened out at second was when the ball went in the air, Smith froze.
Yep.
And when he froze, he could have just went back to second. Mm-hmm. But then the ball hit the ground, and for some reason he thought he was going to get to third, and that's when he realized, I'm not going to make it.
Yeah,
and
just hopped right into his hand, and that's a tough play right there, especially when you're trying to move the guy over with no outs. Let's see if they can try to find a way to get to second and kind of erase that.
Right, not helping himself here again. 3-0 is the count to the pitcher, Jackson Palmer. Are you a big DH guy, or would you rather see pitchers hit at the upper levels?
I'd rather see the pitchers hit.
Yeah.
I think it's just more strategy that goes into the game. I think it's more, pitchers, they got to learn how to bunt, move runners and help themselves. And I thought it was better that way.
And some of those guys really could swing the bat, too.
Yeah, it was fun to watch him hit, too.
Zach Greinke, he could hit.
Yeah.
Madison Bumgarner, Big Z, I love watching him hit.
Yep.
Obviously, he was hitting bombs all the time, or at least trying to anyway.
Yeah.
The Cubs used to literally deploy him as a regular pinch hitter on days that he didn't pitch.
Yeah.
They bring him up in the eighth inning, and sometimes he would be successful. He could hit the ball out of the yard.
Yeah,
But
that's actually a really cool thing, to be able to showcase that. There was guys that, like you said, they could hit really good pitchers. That it was fun to watch.
another pitch upstairs.
This is a tough at bat right here. We gotta make sure get a good pitch to hit, put a good swing on it.
Good pitch on the inside edge for strike one. We talked about it a little earlier, and we kind of missed on it. We were talking about the clock and the time and amount of time these teams have to play, and we were saying 2 hours and 15 minutes. Thought the umpire might have pulled the string a little early in the previous game between Milwaukee and St. Louis. The actual time is 2 hours, not 2 hours and 15 minutes. So they actually got to play the other inning because the time had already exceeded. Here, first pitch was approximately 1:30, 1:31, and so you're looking at about 45 minutes remaining to complete this ball game. Good question as to whether or not they're going to be able to get through all 7. But the important part of that is, especially if you're the road team, hey, put the number up and make the other team chase you. And so Kansas City try to put something on the board here and make Milwaukee work, knowing that clock could be working against them.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss for strike 3.
Yeah, no, and so far, it's been a really good game, a lot of action. 4-4, game right now, in the top of the 4th inning. They got a chance here to find a hole and score a run, and like you said, maybe that clock works for them.
Cameron Washington, RBI single in the first.
Look for him to be aggressive here on a fastball. Even with the good velocity, he's going to be ready to hit.
I think they're going to make the change here out at first base to try to get his pitcher a little time to rest and go with a courtesy runner.
Also, anything in the gap with the better runner at first, maybe they could push another one across. I know, now, every run means a lot. It's important.
Christian Ewing is the courtesy runner over at first base. Fastball on the outer edge for strike 1. Is it just me, or do those shoes get brighter and brighter each time?
Then when the sun hits it, for sure, really bright.
A little late there on that breaking pitch as he fouls it back, and he's in a hole 1-2.
As you can see, the velocity is it's real. Wright's throwing really hard. These guys got to make an adjustment here, put the ball in play.
I got an interesting tale. We'll see if I can get to it here in a moment. Breaking pitch upstairs all the way to the backstop, and both the runners will move up. When I was in high school, my mother bought me some shoes, and they were pretty bright. They were bright red. They were made by a off-brand, if you will, shoe company. And man, my friend saw those shoes, and he told this story about those shoes saving the world and all kind of stuff. Man, those shoes made it right back to the store as Washington swings
you put
and
them right
misses.
back, huh?
I could never wear those shoes ever in life. They went right back to the store. I couldn't do it. But Washington shoes have been doing them all right until he struck out there. And a couple runners left on base. We're going to go to the bottom of the 4th. Game tied at 4 here between Kansas City and Milwaukee. reach the bottom of the fourth here in Kansas City, still tied at 4 between the Royals and the Brewers. New pitcher for Kansas City is going to be Noah Brim, big right-hander, going to be entering his senior year in the fall. Bottom of the lineup, but the lineup expected to turn over here for Milwaukee, as it's going to be Inglés Acuna leading off, followed by Mathuzima, and then back to the top to Pozos.
Yeah, and he's coming in, obviously, middle of the game, tie game. A lot of pressure to get these 3 guys out with no runs here. We have to see, get in the zone early.
That ball driven out to left, but it's going to be right to the left fielder, Stephen Clark, for out number 1.
Really good swing. Well struck, just right at him.
This may be the most important at-bat of the inning for Mathuzima, as you do not want anybody on base in front of Pozos the way he's been swinging it today.
Yeah, it seems like that's their guy that's been super hot, makes things happen. One of their leaders, and 100% right. You don't want anybody on base. You want to focus strictly on him.
Mathuzima had a sacrifice bunt right in front of Pozos in that 3-run second that turned into 2 runs.
This is exactly what you want to do right now. 0-2, especially after giving up that, line drive to left field. Now you got 1 out, and, you're right back in there making him swing.
And it's going to be a strikeout swinging for Brim, who's come in and got 2 quick outs.
Really nice, really nice, really nice. Keep the defense ready, keep the game moving right there. Really good in the zone.
Pozos had a leadoff inside the park home run. First pitch misses inside. Then he came up in the second with 2 outs and a little duck snort single. Dropped in and drove in 2 more. Swings and misses. That breaking pitch has been pretty good here in the 4th inning for Brim.
Really good arm speed right there. Kind of looked like a fastball was going to come because the arm speed was so good, and then it was a breaking pitch, and it just fooled Pozos there for a second.
Good fastball in for strike 2.
Mixing really well right now. Really well. And throwing strikes, staying ahead of hitters. Really good.
The 1-2.
I think look for him to mix it up here again, go with a fastball, maybe freeze him and go in the dugout.
He did try to get the fastball by him, but fouled off to the
Really
right.
good approach.
There's an old video game, I think it was like RBI or something like that, where you could pitch in and out and would make the batter go in and out, and you just go the other way and end up getting the strikeout.
Yeah, he's got a really good approach. You could tell, he's trying to back the ball up 2 strikes, kind of respecting that slider. He's got a really quick, short swing. But an outstanding job coming in the game, throwing strikes early and getting 2 outs right away.
Also makes the guys on the other team be ready. They know that ball is going to be in the zone. Spun that breaking pitch up there. He hung it a little bit, but
yeah, got away with it. Again, Pozos is really, really polished hitter for his age right now.
another 2-2. Fastball hit to the other side, but too late as Grayson Foster went to go make the play instead of covering the bag. We saw that happen in the last game, and Milwaukee was able to kind of get away with it as the first baseman got back to the bag. This time Foster got a little too far off the bag, and it cost a base hit.
Yeah, really nice play by second baseman. One hand play right there, smooth. Washington, one hand picked it, but it was too late. And the way Passos, like the way he runs,
That curveball is hit out to right field, but the catch is made. Good catch is made by Landon Leslie, and that will end the inning. A 2-out single, not enough to get any runs on the board for Milwaukee. We're still tied at 4 after 4. We're in the top of the 5th inning. A. Moore, Christian Colon, 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. This has been a good one. Tied at 4 and down to the bottom half of the lineup for the Royals. Grayson Foster, Andrew Ravicini, and Brandon Cannon all due up. As Foster hits one out to right field for out number 1. And after the early fireworks, this one has kind of settled in as these teams continue to throw blows and just kind of take them and trying to see who's going to be able to possibly just try to get a decision as opposed to a knockout blow.
yeah, Wright's been, ever since he came in the game, he's been handling it perfect, throwing good pitches, fastballs in and out with good velocity, getting ahead for the most part. And, like you said, this has been a good one. I mean, this is exactly what you expect with two really good teams. They answer back and forth, and, we're sitting at a tie right now.
Umpire going to have to walk that one off as that got away.
That squared him up, huh?
But it also looks like Wright is having a little bit of an issue. But no, that's not. He just walked off a little bit. He didn't like that pitch, but bringing more water out for the umpire. And again, that sun, it was warm out here this morning, but not otherwise uncomfortable. But again, when you're out in that sun, when it's beating down on you, and then you consider the turf is going to add 15 degrees on top of it.
Yeah, the turf seems to get hot. Obviously, to that little bit of the rain that came through really made it's humid. It got you sweating out here. So, I got to get these athletes hydrated, making sure they're good.
Breaking pitch, hit into the ground at third. Easy pitch and catch from Stapleton for out number 2.
Quick outs. It's really going to come down to, someone getting on base and either stealing second and third or a big double or triple because the pitching's been really good.
And the fielders have to appreciate when these pitchers are throwing strike. Bunt shown. It's up. Catcher had no clue where it was. Probably was not going to be able to make that play anyway, but that ball went straight up over his head, and he turned 2 circles and,
Yeah, couldn't find it. Just kind of everybody said up, but.
Yeah,
Now back.
Only
Up
thing
and
he
back.
Didn't, only thing he didn't do was the hokey pokey right there, but he certainly turned himself around.
Got to find a way to put the ball in play now, get on base. This is a really tough pitcher. Like we've been talking about, really good velo. Seems to be throwing strikes now with the velocity settled down.
Breaking pitch for strike 3, freezes Cannon, and it's going to end the top of the 5th. 1-2-3, goal the Royals. Brewers going to come up here in the bottom half of the frame looking to take the lead for the first time. We're tied at 4. Bottom of the 5th inning. Jersey Gate going on, and I'm not talking about New Jersey. Hey, more Christian Colon. We got a good one here. 4-4 is your score.
Yeah, here he comes right. He's been pitching well. He's leading off right now, and don't be surprised if he makes something happen.
Base runners are going to be very important. That pitch fouled back. Cannon unable to corral it.
Yeah, now any base runner, becomes that much important. Extra bases and free bases obviously are very, very important now at this part of the game.
You also have to keep a look on the time. 24 minutes left, approximately. I'm not the official timer on this one, but
kind of surprised a little bit to see Wright a little late, especially when he's in ahead of the count. Now anything can happen here. You just got to put it in play.
in on his hands, fouled off of his leg.
Yeah, he's fighting it. He's fighting it, making sure he gets on base. He's switching bats in the middle of the at-bat. They're all invested, man. They're all in.
He's got the sleeves rolled up. The guns are out.
Yeah.
And Wright is trying to
take over the game.
He's got the gun show and had the smoke show on the mound. Let's see what he's going to do here at the plate. 2-2 is your count. Strike three on the outer edge. Nice show, and apparently he was looking at it because he's walking back to the dugout for out number one.
Yeah, really good pitch right there on the outside corner. Really, really good pitch.
That'll bring up Hernandez. Good pitch on the outside to
He-
even the count.
He's got a good feel for that outside corner.
He's been in the zone since he's come in the
Yeah.
ball game. These guys know they got to come in here and be ready to swing, and Hernandez does, and he fouls it off to the right for strike 2.
And what's really good about his delivery is that I could see from here he stays through really well, and he follows. He like really follows the pitch. Stays through his like using his legs. It's really nice.
Try to go to the outside again. Doubled it up. This is where he's probably going to try to drop that breaking pitch in on his hands, see if he can get him to freeze. And that's exactly what he does for strike 3 for out number 2.
That's perfectly called right there. You know, good pitch. Kind of a front door slider, kind of slower, and it definitely fooled the hitter. And again, really good job by both sides of the pitching. You know, keeping the really base runners now to a minimum, and that's why the game has gotten kind of calmed down in a way.
Yeah, they've just locked in, as you are alluding to, is they know each of these pitches are very important. But
Dotting that
keeps-
outside corner.
Right, he keeps peppering the zone.
I think is look for the hitters, the Brewers hitters, to start making some adjustments and getting closer to the plate. If that's just going to continue to be the pitch that he uses, you know, fastballs away, they should start making some adjustments.
Throws that one in for strike 2. The only issue with that is he's been able to drop that, like you said, that front door slider in on the right-handers and stuff,
Yeah.
and they have had no chance against that.
Yeah, it's hard to cover both. You have to kind of just pick one out.
Oh, they said that was a little upstairs.
And it seemed like his velocity's kind of picked up a little bit.
I'd have that adrenaline pumping through him, knowing how important each of
Yeah.
these pitches are. Counts 2-2, 2 outs. Stapleton tried to throw that slider. It was all the way in the other batter's box, and it's going to run the count full. He's worked outside a couple times. He's going to try to be back in on the hands here again, I would imagine. He doubled up and tripled up, actually, and going back outside.
Yeah, he's comfortable going to that outside pitch. Really good job protecting there. But as you mentioned before, I wouldn't be surprised if he does try to throw a slider here, hanging in the zone where they have to make a decision on it.
Stapleton is making Brim work.
Yeah, this is really cool to see. I mean, both offenses just been relentless with that.
Another full count offering. This one stroked out in the left field for a base hit. It's going to get all the way to the wall, and Stapleton is going to cruise into second with a 2-out double.
What an at bat. That's why you foul those pitches off. You stay on the ball. Very, very nice.
Just was kind of waiting for something that he could handle, and that time that breaking pitch hung in the zone just a bit, and he was able to get the head of the bat around and whip it into left field for 2.
Now that you're Milwaukee, all of a sudden now has a chance. Again, bloop single, anything you put in play, you never know what could happen right here. We can have they can get a run.
Milwaukee would love to push this one across, knowing that the clock is still ticking inside of 20 minutes. And what that does is you put a run up, you're going to run into a problem if you are Kansas City.
Yeah. Seems to be a little bit of confusion here on how many times they're supposed to go out there.
Yeah, I think you only get 3 mound visits, and they said he had 2 last inning. But one of those was when the umpire, I thought the umpire
That's right.
needed some water or something
That's what
like
I think.
that.
That's what Dash is trying to say here, right? Just but I tell you what, again, the umpires are they're right on things. They don't miss these kind of things, and so hopefully it looks like they won't allow them to meet. So
Well,
they just kind of left it at that.
And sometimes sometimes pitchers just need breathers as well.
Absolutely.
That one skied. It's foul, but still playable. Play made by the catcher, Cannon, and that is the end of the 5th inning. It's going to be do or die 6th inning time for both of these teams. We're tied at 4 as we get ready to go to the 6th. Back here at the final pool play game in the senior division here today. Kansas City and Milwaukee tied at 4. It's the top of the 6th inning. We're going to break down why this inning is important here in just a minute. As Kansas City will lead off with Ewing, who came in as a pinch runner a couple of innings ago.
Right here, I would take to get a strike, try to get him in the zone, and if not, get a walk. You need base runners.
Ball 3. Ewing hitting in the spot here for Leslie. Get me over strike there.
I would even right now try to make him throw another strike and take it. Just see if he misses.
Gets that one in for strike.
Good job by Wright, coming all the way back. Now you got another one. You've seen him twice.
Pitch fouled back, and again, looks like Wright took some velocity off a little bit, just trying to make sure he's able to get it over the plate. He does not want to walk the leadoff hitter.
Yeah, he's well aware. Right now is not the time to really overpower anybody. You just got to, make sure you get it in the zone.
That he does. Slips a little bit, scooped up at second, and the throw apparently slipped out of the hand of Martinez because it ends up lobbing over to first base, and Ewing, hustling down the line, is able to beat it out.
Never gave up on the play. Continued to run hard. It was a ball coming in, and it looks like a Acuna. Maybe
Well,
hurt.
Yeah, that's not looking good at all. Because the ball came out of his hand, and it looked really like it had absolutely no juice on it. It was like he was just lobbing it in the air.
Yeah. Give him a chance, for the runner to get to first base right there, and just he was fast. He really got to it.
But in any other way, that it still should have been an easy out.
Yeah, routine play.
And somehow, some way, as they work on, as you said, I said it was Martinez. It is Acuna.
He's still
out
down,
at second
huh?
base. Yeah, he immediately went to kind of trying to work it out with his shoulder, and he's certainly not feeling his best out there right now, for sure.
Yeah, let's hope he's good. He's okay. It's not nothing. It's not serious. It definitely, like you mentioned before, there was nothing on the throw. So I don't know if he was dealing with something before. Not as strong of a throw to first. Just allowed the runner to get there. But it looks like he's coming out the game.
He had been playing. They started the game out in left field. They apparently had moved him over to second base. Again, just to re-describe the play, it was a bounding ball that got over the pitcher's mound, but Acuna was right there. Just a regular strength throw was going to retire Ewing, and he went to go throw it. His feet didn't slip from under him or anything, but apparently there's something with the shoulder or the arm, that throwing arm of his, and he went to go throw the ball, and it was a rainbow over the first base, and Ewing was able to beat it out.
Yeah.
He seems to be in a bit of discomfort. They have to bring in, looks like Navajar is going to come into the ball game. He's headed out. Actually, he's going to play second base. They're going to let him get a couple of warm-up throws. Another twist and turn in this ball game that's been full of them. A lot of fireworks early. The pitching has come through as of late, as you see, nothing but zeros on the scoreboard, especially on the Kansas City side. The Royals put 4 quick ones up on the board. They actually appeared to have scored a run in the top of the second, but it was taken off of the board due to an interference call, and the offense has not really gotten real close since then. And then after the 3-run second there for Milwaukee, they've put up 3 consecutive zeros.
Yeah, it's been back and forth, in terms right when the game started, through some big haymakers, inside the Parker, and a 4-run inning, and then the pitching really settled down, and it got hot, got humid, and things slowed down a little bit.
Back to the top of the order, Thomas Smith. And that ball is thrown away, but Ewing didn't get a good jump. They're going to have a chance to get him at second. Here's the throw, and unfortunately, Navajar unable to handle it. Ewing was in real trouble over at second, but he was able to make it as Navajar was unable to corral the throw and put the tag down.
Man, that was really close at first base. It was going to be really close, but they might have had him picked off. But, again, can't play catch right there. Turns into, they had a shot at him at second base, and just couldn't catch the ball. Now Kansas City is really in business right here to score.
Especially with the top of the lineup in. Smith tries to bunt. He bunts it foul. There's not a lot of foul room down the lines or even here inside the infield area, so those rebounds get back very quickly, and Ewing did not get a great jump off of first after that ball got beyond Hernandez over at first, and if Navajar brings that in, he's probably out. Smith, fastball thrown in, side, fouls it back, and he's quickly in an 0-2 hole.
And right here, Smith, especially as a hitter, you don't have to be too fine to put it, in the lines. You just got to get it down, let that guy, just get a good read and go to third base. Obviously, 2 strikes. Not sure if they'll let him hit here. Really tough to bunt with 2 strikes.
And this is still your best hitter as he
Right.
fouls it back. So, you don't want to feel bad about him having the bat in his hand at this point.
Absolutely. I think now that he couldn't get the bunt down, you let him swing it. If for some reason that run doesn't come in, they will look at this at bat and kind of kick themselves. They had the game right here to move the guy over to third.
Another pitch fouled back. I said we're going to get to it. So there's approximately 7 to 8 minutes left in the 2-hour time period. This is more than likely going to be the last inning. For Kansas City, you need to get something on the board here to kind of change what Milwaukee may have to do in the bottom half of the frame. So,
yeah, big important inning.
And I think they're going to get a run in. Ewing took him a minute to get started, but he's going to come around. Another slip out there in the outfield. Smith is going to get all the way to second.
That's a big-time clutch hit right there by one of their best players, staying through the middle. Failed to put the bunt down, but it didn't matter. As you mentioned, one of their best hitters stays on the ball, gets a huge RBI right there. They take the lead.
And that's going to be all for Wright. Wright pitched a whale of a ball game after coming in relief. And so now they're going to make some changes here as Shepard is going to come into the ball game.
The Milwaukee Brewers, the time is probably going to run out. You got to start planning for, giving your best guys some time. Certainly Wright did an amazing job on the mound. Yes, he gave up that hit right there, but that's just good hitting. And Kansas City all of a sudden puts himself in a really good spot here in this ball game.
Emilian Martinez is back in the game. He's over at second base now. They're going to move Shepard. He's going to take over at first. Hernandez moves over to third. And it's going to be Lucas Stapleton, who's now on the mound.
Quite a few
For
moves
Milwaukee.
here.
And now you don't worry about the time. For Kansas City, you've got one. You just need 3 outs and you're out of here. How many more you get on the board, may change how you're able to
Line up
handle
your pitching.
Milwaukee.
Yeah. Very true. It'd be interesting to see how Kansas City, lines up their pitching. Especially if they're just up by 1 here. They'd be ideal if they can also score this, Smith on a double. Got some breathing room.
Again, top of the order. These are the guys who you generally want to swing away to get the job done. And we've seen Clark handle the bat pretty well here all day today. You've got Noah Brim, who has not hit at all. He's hitting in the pitcher spot, so he's due up next. You don't know what to expect out of him. But, again, if you can get Clark to get the work done, which what you're getting out of this guy.
Right.
Chance to put a crooked number up and give Brim some breathing room going to the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, especially with no outs. This can turn into a big inning.
Opposite field base hit. They're going to tell Smith to hold tight at third. And on cue,
Really good
Clark.
piece of hitting right there. Staying on the ball. Again, this is where good teams find a way. And they find a way to get guys on. And, the big hit came there. So they got lucky, too, on that getting to second base. But they forced the issue. You know, they played aggressive.
Put the ball in play, you don't know what's going to happen. Let's see if Clark stays stationary. Pitch low and away. I wonder if Kansas City would decide to just send Clark and sacrifice him for the second run.
Yeah, they definitely could do that. I know having one more really would be really huge, especially against, the Brewers' offense. They just don't stop. And so, again, you just never know, how many runs you get. And we're going to see a, pinch runner. They're probably trying to get him on second base as fast as possible.
Elijah Palmer is in. He played in the first game. He's over at first. Coach Dash reminding him there's nobody out. Not hurt ourselves here.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't give any outs on the bases right now.
Pitch misses outside. Good pitch.
And it's as much as you see these guys, the top two hitters of mostly the three teams we've seen today. Top two hitters were really good. It's guys like right now hitting in this position that can create a difference in the game, and putting the ball in play right there gets a run.
And that's a bad throw. Did he get the tag down? They say yes. But Brim helps himself there with an RBI ground out.
Yeah, really nice job by Brim by putting the ball in play there. That's a huge run.
Yeah, and another tough throw there. That was a pretty easy play over at third base for Hernandez, but the throw pulled Shepard off the bag and nearly turned into a catastrophe. That ball hit out to right field, and it's down. Going to hold the runner at third.
They're staying aggressive right now. They're really jumping on that fastball first pitch. They're back on. The momentum is on their side.
And Milwaukee going to try to do everything it can to slow this down a little bit. It's already 2. You don't have the luxury of extra innings here. Runner takes off. Washington swings through it for strike 1. Palmer wasn't moving anywhere. Easy bag to get for Noah Brim.
If you can add these 2 more runs here, this could be a real just nail in the coffin here.
And that's not Brim on second base. That's Wade Green, who got the single to right here. Big spot here for Cameron Washington. Breaking pitch hung it a little bit, but Washington fouls it back.
He's looking for something to put in play up the middle of the field. For sure get this run in. Yeah, he's fighting it.
Milwaukee still playing its infield back.
Yeah, I guess, they don't want to turn into make it turn into a big inning with a little soft blooper. They want to get some outs, but I would play in right here and just prevent, another run from coming in.
The Sun working. Catch made. Here comes the throw. but someone's not paying attention.
They ran themselves out of that inning right there.
Wade Green came, and it looks like Coach Dash was very upset about it because he sent Palmer home. He wanted him to go, and Green just came, and by then it was too late. 2 runs on the board for Kansas City. Milwaukee's going to need 2 to extend this ball game. We're going to go to the bottom of the 6th. Brewers trail the Royals 6-4. We've reached the bottom of the 6th inning here. Time is run out, so this will be the last at bat here for Milwaukee. They're going to need 2 to tie, 3 to walk it off. Bottom 3 in the order all coming up. First pitch chopped. Brim gets it. Quick flip to Grayson Foster for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out.
You got to love it. 1 pitch, 1 out, especially in this situation. You can't sleep on this offense, though. 2 runs is nothing. They've put a really, really good 2 games offensively together. You can't give up on them. So just look to get early outs.
Lucas Shepard comes in, first pitch in for a strike. Best thing that Brim has done since he's come in this ball game is continually pump pitches into the strike zone.
Yeah, with confidence. Strike 1, staying ahead of hitters.
Breaking pitch, hit into the ground. Washington gets it, flips it over to Foster. 2 quick outs here on 3 pitches for Noah Brim.
Outstanding job coming in, being in the zone early, making him, swing the bat.
Mathesima is the final hope here for the Brewers.
Working ahead, staying ahead.
And he's been able to throw 3 different pitches for strikes here, and it has kept Milwaukee off balance ever since he entered the game in the 4th. Off the hands. Is it going to get down? It does. And it's going to be an infield single for Mathesima. More importantly, it keeps the game alive for the guy who's been the star of the game offensively for Milwaukee.
3 for 3. 3 for 3, and he needs a double for a cycle, I believe.
I think he needs the triple for the cycle.
Yeah, triple for the cycle.
He'll take a home run, though, and tie this game up. First pitch in for a strike.
Absolutely. If you're the runner at first base, you cannot get picked off. You got to stay right there. Let your best hitter hit.
That run means absolutely nothing if the second run is not able to come around and score. That pitch fouled off and quickly 0-2. Brewers down to their final strike.
Really good swing, powerful. He's fast too. He can run.
He's been
Doesn't
working.
strike out much.
He's going to go out of the zone here. Tries to get the back pick. And he's safe.
Oh, we got another guy injured at first. These kids are playing hard, man. They're going all out.
Yeah, I've been liking the sportsmanship I've seen from these teams. People
Yes.
dapping each other up
Yeah.
and stuff, knowing they're out here playing a game.
Competing, and yeah, absolutely.
That ball looks like it's going to get down, and it does. Mathuzima got a little too far off the bag, but he scrambles back in.
And what do you know? Pozos with another hit.
4 for 4. He has had quite the day here this afternoon.
Making things a lot more interesting here.
2 quick outs on 3 pitches. Brim, who has otherwise been handling this Milwaukee lineup, gets a bloop infield single and a bit of a bloop outfield single, and now you've got the winning run at the plate.
Yeah, and like I mentioned before, it's a relentless offense. You know, they're going to make you work for every out you get. And so that's what you're seeing here. Guys aren't giving up. It seems like they thrive in this kind of environment, you know, being down and coming back.
Eric Cody got all the bling, and he strokes it into right field. 1 run is going to score. And now all of a sudden the tying run is standing on third base. This Milwaukee team keeps coming.
Yeah, they know they're confident. You could just see it again. They know they can come back with anybody. We're here. You just got to stay with yourself. If you're Kansas City, you just need 1 out. You're still in the lead. Don't let it snowball and see what happens.
Here comes Martinez, who came into the game after the injury to Acuna. And he's going to have to hit in this spot because they had to pull right from the game. Runner takes off. That's the winning run in scoring position.
Yeah, it seems like they're focusing on the hitter here, wanting to get this out, get the game over with. Very, very intense at bat here now. With the base hit, they win the game.
Now Martinez a chance to be the hero. Nearly throws it all the way to the backstop.
And really, it's the first time in the game we've seen, you know, Brim kind of be under some pressure and miss his spot right there badly a couple times.
If you're Kansas City, you want to end the game right here. Milwaukee doesn't mind a walk. Their cleanup hitter is in the on-deck circle. Breaking pitch, nasty, as Martinez swings over it for strike 1.
Wow, to be able to have the composure to throw that right there, 2-0. Really, really good pitch. He's back in the count. He's back in it.
He certainly has been snapping that breaking ball off really good here this afternoon. As Martinez calls timeout.
This is where you got to calm yourself, you know, down, calm your nerves. The only thing you can do is get a good pitch, put a good swing on it, and after that, it's out of your hands.
Another breaking ball. Martinez can't do anything with it. That was a bit of an ill-advised throw. He thought that was strike 3. I think that's what it wasn't trying to pick him off. Cannon just thought that was the end of the ball game.
That could have been bad right there.
Really bad.
Tying the game up on.
If that ball gets out in the left field, there's a
Win
good
by
chance
win, yeah.
that Cody is coming around to try to score. Here's the 2-2. Another breaking ball, this time hit the short. Right on the money is Smith. And that's it. Boy, we had some drama at the beginning and at the end.
Man.
These two teams have played exceptional baseball here all day long.
Really, really good competition right there. They competed until the end. The offense was strong on both sides, but the pitching really was the key to this win for Kansas City. Really, really cool win for them. And they go into the tournament now 2-0, feeling good. And but don't sleep. Don't sleep on this Milwaukee team. They give it all right there, and then they almost came back.
I wouldn't be surprised, having not seen some of the other teams in the other pool, that these two teams may not find their way to Championship Sunday. But Kansas City has put itself in good position to be one of those two teams by going 2-0 in pool play today. 6-5, your final score here from the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City. We thank you for joining us here. A great afternoon of baseball in the senior division. We got one more junior division game coming up here in about 30 minutes. But the final score in this one, Kansas City 6, Milwaukee 5 for Christian Colon. I'm A.A. Moore. We thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Back here at the Urban Youth Academy, we're junior division baseball as we get started here. The Junior Royals taking on the Junior White Sox out of Chicago. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon, and that pitch is hit to short. Good slick pickup, but a double clutch, and it's going to be an infield single here for Antonio McDonald, who's the leadoff hitter for the Royals. Taking on this White Sox lineup. These two teams are playing their second game of the day here in the Central Region Tournament. And it was not very good for the Royals. It was very good for the White Sox, but the Royals trying to get on the board first. And Christian, just talk about playing this last game of the day. The Royals just got finished playing. The White Sox haven't played since about noon.
Yeah, it's it's a little humid out there. They got to stay hydrated, but it seems like the Royals are hungry to get this one in. Had a tough one, like you said, last game. But, they lead off the game with the base hit there. Really nice play by the shortstop, but just couldn't come up with the throw. It's been a good day of baseball. Excited to see, the junior division now.
And, again, the White Sox played against the team out of Indianapolis, swing and a miss for a 2-1 count. They won 11-0 earlier this afternoon. The Royals did not fare as well. They played the Minnesota team in the junior division and lost 14-3. As this pool play, that pitch is outside, and the White Sox would love to get to 2-0. The Royals are trying to make sure that they don't fall to 0-2.
Yeah, it's kind of like what happened in the senior division with the Cardinals. We got the Royals here in the junior division trying to really not fall down to 0-2 to start this this tournament, but they seem to be in good energy, good spirits right here. They get the first two guys on, so they're in business here for this inning.
We'll work through the lineups here for the Royals here very quickly. Antonio McDonald was the leadoff hitter. He's playing left field. Chris Padilla is in center field batting second. The batter at the plate now is Braden Bolden. He's playing third base and hitting third. As the first pitch is Bolden skies this one. It's foul. It looks to be still in play, and it's catch is made over at first base by Madden Nunn for the first out.
That's a big out right there. Everybody thought it was going to get out of the stadium and be a foul ball, but stays in. They're able to get an out. Now you're ground ball away.
And it's Max Miller who's coming to the plate. He's the cleanup hitter. He's playing first base. Micah Fullen is batting fifth. He's the second baseman. On the mound and batting sixth is Leland Smith. That pitch is upstairs for ball one to Miller. Batting seventh, James Williams is the right fielder. Thatcher Denton is playing shortstop and batting eighth. And Mason Todd is doing the catching. He is batting ninth. Ball right to the box. Double play ball. Possibly good scoop, and that's exactly what happened there, Christian. Ground ball, and you get right out of trouble.
Out of the inning. It looked like they were going to be able to, get a rally going, but they made some good pitches right there and got a double play to end the inning.
No runs, one hit, no runners left on base. We played a half an inning. The Royals 0, the White Sox coming up. Bottom of the first here in the junior tournament here at the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament here at the Urban Youth Academy in Kansas City. White Sox coming up. We've got a lineup here for the team from Chicago, from their south side. Leading off and in the box right now is the shortstop, Chase Boykin. Paris Head hit second. Will play second base. Designated hitter, Terrell Hampton Hall, will bat third. And Silas Rainey is the cleanup hitter, and he's the center fielder. Batting fifth, Matt Nunn, the first baseman. And Chase Watson will hit sixth and play right field. Aaron Gould is the third baseman. He'll bat seventh, with Aiden Garcia doing the catching, hitting eighth, and Abel Diaz is hitting ninth. For the White Sox and doing the pitching is Ethan Gonzalez. All those hitters are facing Leland Smith as that pitch is hit out, and it's going to go all the way to the wall. And watch out here. Chase Boykin is around, and they're going to wave him. Here comes the throw. They're going to have to hurry. It's going to be an inside-the-park home run to lead off for Chase Boykin, and it's 1-0 Chicago.
Wow, that's another one. We've seen two of those today. Really well-hit ball in the gap, and the gaps, they're big. You know, you're going to get a triple for sure, but what made that inside the Parker right there is just the way he got out of the box. You know, he was aggressive. He got out of the box quick, and, like you said, 1-0.
White Sox going right back to work after a big win in their opening game, 11-0. That pitch is outside for ball one for Paris Head.
Yeah, they're making them be in the zone right here. You can tell they're ready to hit. They're aggressive with the bat. I mean, they scored 11 runs in the first game, so look for them to continue to hit. They look athletic. They look like they can run, so they're going to put the ball in play.
The ball popped up on the infield. Looks like it is the shortstop, Thatch Denton, who gets the out for the first out.
Yeah, that's a tough play. You know, it looks easy, but it's tough because of the sun. You know, and going in between everybody, you got to be loud. You got to be able to communicate out here. Did a good job, just communicating early. He had it and made the catch.
That gets the first out on the board, and it brings up Terrell Hampton Hall. And these kids, you know, this is obviously not the senior division, as we've already said, but, you know, these guys are playing a good brand of baseball as well, and you may not see quite the same velo, maybe not the same pop, but what's going to win, especially at this level, are the guys who are able to do the things fundamentally and do them consistently and well.
Yeah, as we talked about all day, it really comes down to executing, you know, the fundamentals and limiting the free passes. You know, I think at this age, you know, it's important for them to understand when they make a mistake and trying to learn from it. And as coaches, we just remind them, you know, continue to remind them and support them and what they got to learn. But you're right. In the senior division, there's sometimes you can get away with just straight talent. You know, as you get older, it's all about putting it all together.
It's going to be an infield single there for Terrell Hampton Hall, and it's going to bring up Silas Rainey, the cleanup hitter.
And if you notice, there's been a lot of righties in this lineup facing this lefty right off the bat.
That ball's going to pop out of the hands, or excuse me, out of the glove of catcher Mason Todd. And it's going to allow Hampton Hall to advance to second.
Really, as I look at the whole entire day, I sit back and I continue to analyze the the free bases and allowing free bases what really gets, some of these kids in trouble. It's understanding that, throwing strikes and playing defense is just as important as, hitting.
Again, strike zone, what I like to call management, is not always throwing strikes or throwing them right down the middle, but putting it in a position where you can make other teams chase. But if you're consistently outside of the zone, or if you are missing by wide margins, you're not going to get the other team to chase your really good pitches.
That's right. And that starts with establishing your pitches early in the zone. But like you said, hey, it's important that they kind of know that's how the game it's already hard, right? And so it becomes harder as you try to, compete. If you fall behind and you're constantly having to be back in the zone, and the hitters are, expecting that ball to be in the zone.
We saw it in the last game in the seniors when the Royals made the switch to Nate Brim at the end of the ball game. He was just pounding the strike zone, and then he was able to kind of get away with some things maybe a little off the edge, had him reaching and chasing. That
Absolutely.
ball, one hopper to third base, and then that ball gets thrown away. Probably should have been one that was held. It's going to turn into another run for the White Sox, and it's 2-0 Chicago.
Yeah, just, again, the first two runs here, one inside the Parker, and then right here, it's definitely one, like you said, that he could have maybe held. But this is too a learning experience to see what they can handle, what they can't handle, and what they're able to do. If they get some out of it and they grow from it, then it's a win.
Well, the part that you want to do if you're the Royals, obviously it's 2-0. You want to kind of stem it here and keep the White Sox off the board.
Yeah,
but
you're going to have away from the big innings.
Right, but you're going to have to score some runs, certainly, and they didn't do a very good job of it in the game against Minnesota, and the White Sox have yet to give up a run here in the tournament. Good pitch in there for a strike from Leland Smith.
Yeah, just play catch, make the routine play, and try to stay away from them big innings. They take a long time.
And it looks like more than anything that Smith is having trouble with that arm side pitch because he's missing wide outside when he's trying to work to the arm side for him of the play.
Yeah, if he could just work more on stand through the catcher and playing, following through with when he lets go of the ball, he'll have a little bit more command, more success there. Seems like he's still learning his body, still learning, how to compete in the zone, and that's the game of baseball. When you have a left-handed pitcher up there, I feel like you're already in an advantage, So
I tell you, if he figures it out, that left hand can bring him a lot of good fortune. That's
for sure.
That's the part that I know about this game. Lefties, and before when used to have the lefty specialists who would just come in and pitch to one batter, there were guys sticking around 18, 20 years.
Yeah.
One of the famous ones in Chicago for the White Sox was a guy named Juan Augusto, and he just would come in and he'd pitch to one guy. And
yeah, there was guys like that all over the big leagues. Mike Stanton was one of them. You got guys that, they were truly lefty specialists who just come in for that one lefty, and they hung around for a while. But we're looking here to make an adjustment, try to get the ball down, and not let this inning snowball on them.
Throws that down and away, or down inside, but it's going to be ball four either way, and now it's first and second with 2 outs.
This is where you learn really what you can do and you can't do in terms of your ability, just what you need to go work on too. I think it's important for them to know what they're working on, what they need, and we're going to have a balk here.
The umpires have been pretty consistent. In fact, they're going to send them back.
Yeah, they made a mistake here. He started out of the windup, and actually they said he stepped off. It looked at me like he was starting his windup, and it is a balk, but they're allowing it step off.
And this game can, for the competition that they're in, it's still teaching time, right?
Yeah.
Especially at this age. So
Right.
sometimes umpires will come in and say, "Hey, keep an eye on that or watch that."
And that's great. That's what it's for, right? Like, that's great that they're able to do that, and the coaches can step in and kind of have a lot more teaching points, for these kids.
Make no mistake. Well, certainly this team from Chicago, they didn't
They
come
come
here
to play.
Kansas City to
Yeah, no, they came to play. They came to play, and they came to win, and you can tell the way they handle business.
That ball shot up the middle for a base hit. Thought about sending. Coach puts the stop sign on.
I would definitely, 2 outs right there, be aggressive, send them in. But another example of, hopefully they let him know the pitcher being in the wrong position. He gives up a hit. Let's back up the play at home plate and not be in the middle there. Almost hit off his glove and then end up scoring. So just little things like that these kids are learning right now.
Aiden Garcia, the catcher, is the 8th batter this inning. Takes the first pitch inside for a ball. Fouled it off, and the bat went shooting the other way.
Looking for some pine tar right now. But really, right now the Royals have a chance to get out of this inning, even though they put themselves in this.
You want to stem the tide right here. 2 runs, you can kind of handle that. We've seen in a couple other games where those innings snowball to 4 and 5 run situations. And then we saw at the end of the last game where they were able to hold them to 2, and it almost turned into gold for the Milwaukee team. Ground ball up the middle. It's going to be a forced play at second, and the Royals get out of it. 2 hits, make that 3 hits and 2 runs, including inside the park home run by Chase Boykin, and the White Sox have a 2-0 lead at the end of 1. Top of the second here at the Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. The junior division game here between the Royals and the White Sox. 2-0 your score. It may not look like 2-0 on your screen right now. That's the public service announcement I was told to give from the producer extraordinaire. I'll give him that. He's working on it, but the score is actually 2-0 as we start at the top of the second. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon bringing you the action here. It's been a great day of baseball all around. Big swing and a miss there by Micah Fuller.
Yeah, we've really been able to see some good athletes out here, especially good arms and good middle infielders. Overall, though, it's been a really good day of just watching kids compete, and develop too, like learn some of these things on the baseball field.
Micah Fuller puts a charge into one, but hooks it foul to even the count 2-2. Full in, not Fuller, excuse me.
Really nice arm on the mound too, loose. Kind of seems to go right at hitters, not afraid of contact.
Ethan Gonzalez tried to get that big breaking ball in there, and Fullen thought about it, but it's like maybe a little bit upstairs. Fastball tight, strikes out Fullen for out number one.
Yeah, like I said, really light fastball. Kind of drops his arm a little bit on the breaking ball, but, stays really good on playing with the fastball. You could tell he's got some really good backspin on it. Look for him to continue to just get ahead.
Leland Smith, the lefty hurler, takes up residence in the right-hand batter's box.
You don't see a lot of those Ricky Henderson type lefties, and then they come in and hit righty.
And Henderson was so good at doing what he did, that's for sure.
Man, I love that guy. Watching highlights of how he brought that swagger to the game and leadoff spot.
And the pop in the collar, that was wonderful.
It was great. He was
snapping the glove on the catch.
Yeah, unique player and unique talent. Really amazing.
Not necessarily the stuff that you want to teach, but it's certainly something to watch, that's for sure. Good. Breaking pitch, swing and a miss, and Smith is down on strikes for out number two.
I really look at middle infielders, how they throw the ball around, how they move their feet, the energy they bring. At this age, it feels it just kind of fuels your teammates too, just as big as pitching, being in the zone and keeping your defense ready. Like same thing with the middle infielder moving their feet. Tells you a lot about what kind of athlete they are.
And generally, when guys are moving their feet, and you can kind of see their steps having purpose, all of them. That's another tell, if you will, on how these guys are going to progress in this game, because they're moving their feet for a reason. It's not just to, have them moving around or trying to stay loose or something.
Yeah, absolutely. I think watching a guy, they don't have to move their feet. They can catch the ball and just throw it over there. But the fact they're moving their feet, it's keeping them locked in.
That breaking pitch was hung, and James Williams made him pay. Let's see if they make the turn. No, the Williams is going to slide into third with a 2-out triple.
Really nice swing. Again, really, really good base running, cutting the bases. But what I liked about that, the defense was right where they needed to be. The pitcher was backing up right here. Everybody was moving on the play. Really, fundamentally, really nice to see.
We've seen some of these outfielders not get good reads off of some of these fly balls.
Yeah.
You know, the wind is blowing at some. There's no question. I was watching the last game and watching some of those loose Milwaukee jerseys flap in the breeze. It's still blowing pretty good as that pitch is in for a strike.
You know, is not afraid of contact, comes right back in there, first pitch strike. Yeah, center fielder's playing a little shallow there, but, you know, overall, just really good White Sox team so far, you know, coming in this junior division.
Royals trying to half the lead, chops it to third. Gonna have to hurry. Did the first baseman come off the bag? No, he didn't. Good job holding the bag there by Mad Nunn, and that's going to end the top of the second inning. The Royals get a 2-out triple, but leave him stranded. We go to the bottom of the second. The White Sox lead the Royals 2-0. We've reached the bottom of the second inning. White Sox with a 2-0 advantage over the Royals. As the number 9 hitter, Abel Diaz, will lead off, and then it's back to the top of the order for the Pale Hose. First pitch down for a ball. Leland Smith was able to pitch out of a bases loaded situation in the bottom of the first. He's back out on the bump, but falls behind quickly 2-0.
Yeah, I watching the demeanor. You don't want to get back in that situation you were just in, you know, and have to work your way out of it. I think that's when you're playing with fire right there, and it turns into big innings. Just right here, come out, try to let them put the ball in play.
Misses right there, ball 4, and a 4-pitch walk to start. The bottom of the second is going to bring Boykin back to the plate, the shortstop. He's got his own swagger. We saw Cameron Washington for the Kansas City team on the senior circuit. He had on the super bright, I guess that's kind of a
bolt color, yeah.
Yellow. Yellow,
neon,
greenish. Yeah, neon is probably the best way to describe it. We're doing a little neon here, but it's neon pink. Pink bat, pink gloves, pink shoes.
Yeah, he definitely has a swag about him. You saw him swing the bat early on and inside the Parker. Slick fielding shortstop. You know, you could tell he's one of their leaders and probably one of their best players.
Swing and a miss. I'm assuming that's a headband. I'm hoping, yeah, it's a headband that he's wearing around his neck. I thought he had a turtleneck on. I was about to say, are you kidding? It can't be that much swag as warm as it is outside.
You know, he definitely, you could tell he's athletic, and he's got a bright future ahead of him.
Already 1 for 1. Gets it in on the hands. It's popped up, and it's going to drop. And it's going to turn into an infield single. That's a tough play right there. Although I understand, I believe what the second baseman Fullen was trying to do. When he realized he couldn't get to it, he was going to let it bounce and then try to get a force somewhere. But when it took the funny bounce the other way, the turf monster got him.
Yeah, turf kind of just – that's why you got to be careful trying to trick that, doing that trick play. Just the bounce is not always consistent right there. So, it turns into a base hit right there. Living right, getting lucky too. It's part of the game.
Diaz takes off. That ball launched out to left, but it's going to be fouling out of play for strike 2.
You see the coaches explaining to him right there. He had the base stolen. You don't have to swing. You'd rather hit with him at third base, a chance for an easy RBI. There's a lot of coaching points in this junior division, and it's good.
But as a hitter, how tough is it to see if there's no particular sign called for, let's say, a straight steal?
Yeah, for some guys it's tough. Tougher than others. I mean, obviously you get so locked in and you see a pitch right there and you want to swing. I think, you got more time than you think in terms of, seeing the ball come in. But, some guys have a really hard time doing that, and they kind of just do their thing in the box. They're not looking at the runners. And as a runner, you got to know that then and shut it down.
Both runners take off on the 3-2, and it's fouled away.
Yeah, the first time he tried to steal a second, Boykins wasn't ready to go. Right there, he made an adjustment and kind of followed behind him as a trail runner, which is good to see. They're picking up things they're missing.
Ground ball to shortstop. They're going to get the lead runner over at third base for out number 1.
Really nice awareness by the shortstop right there. Getting that forced out at third. Look for them to try to steal here, though. Got one of your best players at second base. 1 out. Pretty good hitters at the plate. They're going to try to get, a double steal going here.
Looked like that breaking pitch came out of Smith's hand a little funny. Just didn't seem to have a good grip or good control of it. Now you've got the runners both breaking. Oh, and it's dropped out in center field. Well, it should have been an easy second out.
It's going to be tough not giving good teams extra outs. It's going to be tough to come out on top. But fighting the sun and kind of looking at the runner a second right there, kind of took his eye off the ball and a hit in the place he didn't want it to hit, end up dropping the ball.
Now you got Silas Rainey, the cleanup hitter, at the plate. 1 out, bases full.
And for some reason, the baseball gods, you make an error, you make a mistake, and after that, here comes the base hit in the big inning, just kind of how it happens in the game.
Leland Smith has had a couple of defensive miscues crop up here in the second. Now he's trying to work around it, but he's already behind 3-0 here.
Yeah, look for the hitter to, hey, let it go right here. Why not?
And he does. Ropes it right to left, and it gets past the left fielder. That's getting all the way to the wall. 1 run's going to score. A second run's coming in. Looks like the third runner. That's going to be Hampton Hall. And now they're going to run through a stop sign, and it's going to be a home run. We'll see what the call is. It looked like that ball was kind of diving away. If it holds, that's an inside the park grand slam.
Yeah, outstanding job running the bases. I kind of said, 3-0, bases loaded. He's going to let it go here. He absolutely hit that ball hard. And as we've seen, once they get past the outfielders here, you're going to be running for days.
The ball fouled off. And, Smith, not necessarily helping himself when you fall behind, but his defense has betrayed him a little bit here in the bottom of the second inning.
Yeah, you can't give free outs like that, extra outs. But, everybody knows you got to keep your head up. You got to overcome this. Keep competing. You never know. Oh, close right there, foul ball. It almost it actually stayed in. But it was close to the fence there.
Again, not a ton of foul room over down the line. Ball popped in the air. Who's got it? Looks like Fullen does, and he makes the catch for out number 2.
This White Sox team, I tell you, they got some pretty big kids. And for being this junior division, they got some really good-looking athletes, athletic. They look really strong in this tournament.
Chase Watson to the plate. He walked in the first. Six nothing your score. White Sox on top of the Royals.
Yeah, unfortunately that inning, took a turn for the worse there. But again, the best thing you could do as a pitcher is just continue to put the ball in the zone, see if you can get some outs.
And again, the general idea is you've got a defense good enough behind you that if you just throw strikes and they put it in play, your defense can help you out. That has not quite been the case here for the Kansas City team in the second inning, but it looked like, and it should have kind of bore fruit that even though Leland Smith was having some trouble, that he was in a position to kind of work out of the jam that he had put himself in and that his defense put himself in. But you saw the drop ball in center field. You saw the misplay pop up at second base, and then you saw a little bit of the issue out in left field. Although that one was a ball that was struck pretty well and was kind of waffling away from the left fielder.
Right. Yeah, they had chances to make the outs, and it just kind of snowballed right there for them. And then, it becomes a tough ask for him to get back in the count, continue to make pitches. Now, we've got another walk here, 2 outs. Good job of getting ahead right now, right there. That's all he could do, just get ahead in the count.
Because at this point, even if you strike out everybody else that comes to the plate, it's going to be the offense that's going to have to get this team back into the ball game.
Absolutely. Yeah, they got to swing the bats. I mean, we've seen how aggressive the White Sox have been in this game so far. They were coming off that first game, scoring 11 runs. So they're feeling pretty good about themselves.
Well, the confidence certainly has not waned. That ball is hit into the ground at shortstop. Throw to first. This time not able to be scooped out by Max Miller. Another tough play there on the ball that looked like it was supposed to be a routine out.
Yeah, as they get older, they realize what balls they can really just come in and stop running and make a good throw or throw on the run, and it just becomes kind of a learning experience, and what they could do and what they can't do.
There's going to be a pitching change, and we'll discuss it when we come back. It's 6-0. White Sox on top of the Royals here in the junior tournament.
trying to do, if they want to pitch tomorrow, then they can only do 45.
Hey, way to be, kid. Proud of you.
Yeah, you can pitch the next day, but it's like, yeah, we can pitch tomorrow. Yeah. That's all when they sent theirs, and I was like, oh, we don't have it. So I was like, yeah, because they start running through the pictures. Because they'll put him in, he's not fast, so he'll pitch straight. He's going to have a talk with us. We're like, I know those talks because I'm on his team.
Back here at the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City, Missouri. It's the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. The tournament has not been going very well for the Royals team in the junior division. They trail 6-0. Have just made a pitching change. Max Miller and Leland Smith will swap positions. Miller is now on the mound.
Yeah, it looked like obviously the senior division, Kansas City really came out and put on a show. And then with the junior division here, it's been a little bit more of a challenge for them to get on the same page, make some plays. But, that's part of baseball. It's some days is like that, some seasons are like that. But you got to this is a good teaching moment to overcome adversity, continue to have a good attitude, continue to push. So hopefully it gets them out of that.
Just want to see if this team can throw some strikes and just make some plays on the defensive side. That's been really what's hurt them. And now the runners take off. Pitch fouled off to the right.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit timid, kind of back. Hey, like you said, the defensive miscues they've had have really just came back to hurt them. But it's they can always turn around by just competing.
That ball lifted out to right field. Catch made in right field by James Williams, and that will retire the side. But the White Sox get 4 runs on a big slam inside the park by Silas Rainey, and it's 6-0 as we've reached the end of 2 innings. Back here in Kansas City, top of the third inning, Royals trying to get something started offensively. Got 2 hits. Just haven't come together or at the right time. And right now, the White Sox have a 6-0 lead. First pitch right to the shortstop, Boykin. Makes it look easy for out number 1.
Yeah, he looks smooth out there. Really nice footwork. Really good strong arm. And really it's just they're anticipating the ball being hit to them, you know. They're ready to go. They're ready to play. Their pitcher's throwing strikes, and they're really ready. You could tell it's a different kind of anticipation. They're ready for the ball.
Having a little technical difficulty. We'll keep you up with the score and the count. Hopes of putting it all together here for you. It's 1 out here in the top of the third, 6-0. The White Sox on top of the Royals.
You know, if they're trying to make some sort of comeback, they got to have longer at-bats. You know, they can't just go in there and swing. And, you know, they got to make him work, make him throw some pitches like we talked about the pitch count, see if they can get somebody else in there. But right now they're kind of swing mode, trying to, you know, get on any way they can.
And some of that is game plan. And talk to me a little bit about game plans, because that was not necessarily something that was happening, you know, 20, 25 years ago. And now it seems like everyone has a plan for the game before they even start playing.
Well, you know, back in the day, game planning was them watching the game and taking advantage of, you know, what they saw. You know, back in the day, Greg Maddux, we talked about him, and, you know, all the players that we grew up watching, they were really good. They just paid attention to the game. And slowly, you know, more analytics started coming out, and they can afford a little bit to not pay as much attention to the game and not have to watch the whole entire game to see what guys do and what they don't do well. And so, yeah, now, you know, a computer really can tell a lot of things at that level. They have a lot of information. They got a big sample. But still, hey, I really believe that 100% you got to go back to how the game is played, and that's watching the game, what this guy's throwing, because the computer could tell you that his fastball, he throws it 85% of the time. But what if that day his fastball's not landing, right? You kind of have to watch, and you have to pay attention and really just stick to realizing what they do well and what they don't, and kind of go from there. But game planning has become a really, really big part of baseball in the last several years, and it could be it's good if you use it in the right, you know, I guess setting, in terms of if you overdo it, it could get a lot of things on your mind as you're trying to play.
Well, Chris Padilla pops out to third base, and the Royals go up and down in the top of the third. White Sox looking to continue their offensive push with a 6-0 lead over the Royals. We'll be back. Bottom of the third, change for the Royals. Now overplaying at first base. Owen Wood takes over for Leland Smith. Ball one is still on the bump there. Max Miller, who took over in the bottom of the second. 6-0 is your score.
Max Miller's a big kid. He's on the mound, and he's big. You could tell he's every bit of probably 6'3".
Which, when you're like 15 years old, that's
Yeah.
that's pretty
Trying to
sizable.
control all the movements and everything, it's hard.
He gets that in for a strike, count 3-1. White Sox in a position here where they may be able to end this early if they can keep putting the runs on the board.
Be able to save some pitching, give a rest to their body on a hot day. Finish the day 2-0, 2 wins, no losses. They really all got nice swings.
Ball hit out to left field. Abel Diaz with the squeeze this time for out number 1.
If you're Kansas City, that's you gotta get some lineouts. Just to make the play.
First time the White Sox did not get the leadoff hitter on.
I believe a man changed his shoes from pink to white.
He certainly has changed his shoes. I have almost seen it all.
Yeah, you gotta wear them. Gotta wear them pairs, man. You gotta make sure.
Boykin has changed his shoes, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe more comfortable, or I don't know, but the kid can play. Got a nice little setup, quiet, not a lot of movement.
Good breaking ball there from Miller. I'm still lost on the shoe change. A lot of times people will change things or do things because, maybe the bat has gone cold or something's not happening.
Superstitious.
Right, but, normally if you got a couple of hits, drove in a run, scored a couple times.
He had it inside the Parker in
Right.
your old shoes.
You don't change anything.
He still gets on right here. Let's see if he steals base.
He may have taken those off because he got forced out at third the last time, and he wasn't very comfortable with it.
Yeah. One thing I see in youth baseball now, I know you see it too, it's a lot of these different colors and very loud, vibrant colors, and I think there he goes. Easy bag. I think that has to do too with the Banana Savannas, whatever. Like they brought this thing where, the different colors is cool. Now in the big leagues, you got Ronald Acuna. He's got all kinds of different colors, and sometimes they don't even match. It used to be the swag used to be, if everything matches,
Right.
and or you're a Jordan brand guy like Andrew Jones was, then that was cool. But now it seems it's just like any color you like, whether the uniform's red or black. If it's hot pink, neon is cool.
And he used to not be able to catch guys wearing those pink colors. Now they love it.
No, yeah. You would you would have never seen Ozzie Smith with no neon on, or
Right.
some of those guys back in the day. But it's a different generation. There's different things that they like, and if you can back it up, man, go ahead.
Speaking of backing it up, that pitch got backed up off the top of the wall in left field. 1 run will score. It's going to be a double for Terrell Hampton Hall. He just missed hitting that one out.
That's impressive right there. He waited on that breaking ball, stayed through it nicely, but still pulled it right off the fence. Yeah, I mean, you got to be strong to be able to do that. I mean, we're talking about the junior division here. And that was a well-struck ball. They got out there in a hurry, hit the fence on a line.
Another run on the board for the White Sox at 7-0. Silas Rainey now at the plate. Runners at second and third.
Yeah, they're doing some damage here. You know, they got them on the ropes if they want to end this game early.
The mercy rule here is that pitch is fouled off to the right. Gonna run the count to 1-1. The mercy rule is 15 after 3, 12 after 4, and 10 after 5.
Yeah, they're definitely, you know, they're on their way and they know it. They're ready to cash these two in, too.
Yeah, I've seen games where guys are like, I want an extra swing, so let's not score these runs so we can come back up next inning. But the White Sox are the home team here, so that part really doesn't matter.
Really, what I'm impressed with some of these teams is the relentless efforts on offense, not giving at bats away. The game could be, you know, 10-0, and they're still grinding at bats. They're still, you know, putting good at bats together.
It's going to be ball 4. It'll load the bases as Rainey takes first, and it'll bring up Madden Nunn. In fact, it's not going to be Madden Nunn. It looks like there's a pinch hitter that's coming up for Nunn.
Six for 23.
Will come to the plate, but it's going to be a new pitcher on the hill for Kansas City. We'll find out who it is when we come back. 7-0 Chicago on top here in junior division play. Back here in Kansas City, new pitcher is Micah Fullen. He misses there for ball 1. And the new hitter for the White Sox, Roman Burgess, and he hits one out to center field. Catch is made. Let's see, they're going to say it's on the transfer. And so it'll be a sac fly for Burgess. Another run will score.
It was clearly on the transfer right there, no doubt.
For the second out.
A really good swing right there.
And he was right on it.
And they're still not done. They got, you know, one more out to work with here.
Chase Watson to the plate.
They're trying to appeal to third. See if we kind of left early with that confusion there. Nope.
He was going to tag up the whole time anyway, so he was standing on third, and when it went into his glove, that's when he took off.
Yeah.
Runners advance there.
Double steal. Like I said, they're trying to end this game early. You know, they should consider something like that at the big league level to just in the minor leagues too, to just save pitching. You know, when the game's 10-0 and it's this, you know, fifth inning or sixth inning. You know?
I saw something that was attributed to Mookie Betts, who said that the exact same thing. If the team comes in, if they're down 10-0, they put a position player in, and let's just end it.
Yeah. Call it a day at the yard. That's right. You know, it'll save a lot of time. It'll save some pitching, arms. But what I don't get now is there's a lot of injuries, but starting pitchers are going at least like deep in the game.
Swing and a miss. We'll discuss that when we come back. The White Sox put 2 more on the board. They lead 8-0 after 3.
I need a cricket number, Ross.
'26 Major League Baseball Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. White Sox here in the junior division have an 8-0 lead over Kansas City as we get ready to start the 4th inning. A couple changes for the White Sox in the field, remaining in the game and playing actually over in right field now is Chase Watson as that first pitch hit the third. Look at that pick. Look at the throw. Look at the scoop for out number 1, the new first baseman, James Williams.
Wow. All around great defensive play right there.
And I called out the wrong guy. The new guy for the White Sox now playing first base is number 18, Deval DeSavu III. Is now over at first base, and that was quite the pick.
Yeah, no panic in there. No panic in that play right there. Third base in one hop, and then when he threw the ball to first, gave him a nice big long hop. That was nice.
Aaron Gould with the big pick. Bunt laid down, picked up relatively routinely. Ethan Gonzalez flips it over to first base for the second out. Thrown about 3 pitches and gotten 2 outs.
Yeah, and an 8-0 game, you know, they're trying to find any way they can to get on. And, you know, they're also working on some things, too. So if you're a guy that can bunt, that's still, you know, not out of the question to try to bunt.
Micah Fullen bails out on that breaking ball for strike 1.
The White Sox are they're going to be set up pretty nicely here. You know, it doesn't look like they're going to need to use too many other pitchers, you know, and they're going to score enough runs. They're going to be set up nice.
Another good breaking ball. It's 8-0, and again, the run rule is in effect here, and 4 more runs for the White Sox would end this game in the bottom of the 4th inning. But Royals still have an opportunity here, even with 2 strikes and 2 outs, to try to get something started and slow down this White Sox train. But Fullen swings through, strikes out. Very quick inning for the White Sox and Ethan Gonzalez. Your score going to the bottom of the 4th, it's White Sox 8, Royals 0. Bottom of the 4th here at the Urban Youth Academy. A.A. Moore, Christian Colon bringing the action here. We're Chicago, the big 8-0 lead over Kansas City. As they start to get more bats into the lineup, Todd Delaney Jr. now swinging for the White Sox.
Yeah, they've had no problem. You know, whoever they sent up there really is swinging the bat well and scoring some runs. So they're getting all their guys some playing time, some reps, you know, keeping them fresh.
Pitch popped up. First base side. First baseman and second baseman did not know where that was. It's a new second baseman into the ball game. That's Darian Lunn. He did not see the ball when it went in the air. It's going to be another base hit for the White Sox.
Yeah, the sun's right on top of them, and, you know, they didn't really communicate right away. That's the thing. Communication right now when that ball goes up is key. They got to be, you know, talking immediately, and it really didn't seem like they were on the same page at all right away.
Aiden Garcia comes up, and the first question I'm going to ask is, are those Chase Boykin shoes? Because now he's got the pink shoes on.
I think so. They might have switched.
And Garcia's been all right swinging the bat too. Maybe he's looking for something a little more here. Maybe a
It's
little
like
more
when I wear Jordans trying to play basketball. I feel like I'm MJ. Maybe that's what they're trying to do right now.
Well, I told you what kind of shoes I was wearing, and that's what my basketball game looked like. So, so I stuck to baseball. Runner takes off.
Oh, he did swing at that. They must have been working on a hit and run or something, and he forgot to swing, but he still swung after that.
Laney took off running. Garcia may have been trying to work the open hole there. Swung right through it. Pitch upstairs, 2-1. Been a pretty long day of action out here at the Urban Youth Academy and around the area. They've been playing at Raytown and Raytown South High Schools.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams. There's a lot of teams here, playing in different local high schools. It's just good to see the athletes, knowing they came in yesterday. They were having a great time meeting everybody, and, they're ready to compete today. And for some, just like everything, for some teams it goes right as planned, and for other teams not so much.
Garcia lifts it out to center field. Catch made for out number 1.
And I hear the facilities, the high schools too, are second to none. They're really nice. So they're, they're getting also a really nice facility to get their games in too.
Abel Diaz steps to the plate. And don't forget the fun does not stop after today. We'll be right back here and at the other locations tomorrow. If you're in the area, come on down. Some very good baseball, very good competition. These guys are, again, playing for the opportunity to make it to Championship Sunday in hopes of earning a berth in the national tournament down at Vero Beach, Florida.
Yeah, come out, support. Get to watch baseball all day long, and great facilities is it's been awesome seeing the athletes compete. So come out and support them, and let's see who gets to go to Florida.
Hey, talk, boys, talk.
3-1 count here to Diaz. Boykin in the on-deck circle. Diaz fouls it back, and now the count's full.
Very impressed with this White Sox team again on their swings. Most of all the guys that have gone up to hit, they got really nice swings, and they're aggressive.
This is the number 9 hitter in the lineup, and it looks like he could hit in other places in the lineup as well.
Absolutely.
That's ball 4.
This is another inning of trouble right here. Now you got your leadoff guy who opened up the game with a really nice inside the Parker. So
Boykin has shown the pop as he takes strike 1. He's shown the speed. He's shown the glove. He's shown the flash. He's out here having a good time and making it look a bit easy.
yeah, and this is the junior division. Seeing the senior division, there's some good athletes out there. Like I said, there's some good infielders. For me, he's one of the best ones out here. Really athletic.
This one, he hits it. Got a scoop, and then it gets past the shortstop, and they're going to wave another runner around. Here comes Garcia.
Yeah, another ball hit hard right there.
2 more runs. It's 10-0. Still just 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. White Sox are on the verge of possibly ending this ball game a little early. Paris Head comes to the plate.
Look for him to be running here. And the Royals know it too. He's just showcasing his skills, man, his talent, which is cool to see. He even changed shoes in the middle of the game. Showcasing some style.
Exactly. Like, I don't ever remember playing with 2 pairs. And again, I'm an old guy. I've already told you I've played in corduroy
I've seen it
pants
before. It was
so.
Roberto Alomar, where he He changed cleats and stuff. I seen it with Javi Baez too, but not a lot of guys. Not a lot of guys do it. I don't know exactly why, but I did find out Roberto Alomar did it based on style. He wanted to just keep people on their toes, but.
Okay, they're guys who've shaved their mustaches and beards in the middle of games.
Yeah.
But those are kind of slump buster moves.
Yeah. Trying to get a hit however they can. It's I've always joked with a lot of my friends and even the guys that I've coached over the years. I'll do anything for a base hit.
Swing and a miss, runs the count full here on head.
Hey, win about him, kid. Win it right here.
Coaching staff probably told, they kind of, we'll see if he runs here, but it looks like he's going, yep.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. That's only the second out.
That's what starts happening, long games. Start forgetting the outs, and if they're not talking, that's almost, we can't have that. We got to be able to, stay alive. Make sure we know how many outs there are. You can't,
Still gotta play the game and do right by the game. That includes staying focused on the things that are happening on the field.
Yeah.
And one of the things that have happened here today is Terrell Hampton Hall nearly left the yard. His last at bat, he hit it off the top of the fence in left field. Count's already 2-0.
I bet if we go ask him, I bet he really enjoyed Jordan Walker the other day winning the home run derby. This big kid,
Smoked
pulls
it.
the
It
ball
gets it down the
great,
line. That's a fair ball. He has been swinging a big bat as it goes all the way into the corner. They're going to stop him at second with a double. 5th RBI here this afternoon.
Yeah, he's making it look easy right now. What a great thing for the game of baseball to have Jordan Walker win a home run derby like he did, and just the way he did it, really calm and just a pro. Looked like a pro out there, like he'd done it all his life. It's hard to believe it was only his first time, but it's so good to see some of these kids that got potential, to maybe follow baseball instead of other sports.
And if anything else that it showed is that you can fail, you can be great. Walker was one of the top prospects in the game, certainly in the St. Louis Cardinals organization, and they brought him up, and there were starting to be questions on whether or not he was going to be a serviceable major league ball player, and he's in the conversation. Certainly was an all-star. He won the Derby. If he keeps it hot and get the Cardinals back in the race, they may start talking about it, some MVP play for him even.
That's amazing.
That's how good the season has been, and again, especially considering what he was looking like the last couple of years.
And that, to your point, that's amazing because that makes the story even better. A guy that I'm sure dealt with some doubt.
And that ball's not going to be caught. It's going to drop, and that's going to be the ball game. Looked like it was going to be out number 3, and instead that ball drops, and it's 12-0, and that'll be the ball game. A run rule victory for the White Sox. They've had 2 of them here this afternoon. They won 11-0 in their first game. They win the second game 12-0. Just a tough afternoon for the Kansas City side.
Yeah, on the junior side for sure. And, these guys that look really strong, man. They look real White Sox. They came out here to play. They're not wasting any time, and they're swinging the bats. So that was really impressive to watch.
2-0 in pool play for the White Sox, 0-2 in pool play for the Royals. But guess what? Tomorrow's another day, and they'll be able to come back out here and try to improve their lot to try to see if, in fact, they can make it to Championship Sunday. So it's been a great day of baseball here.
There's a good thing about the game of baseball is there's always tomorrow. There's always tomorrow, especially, if you can flush this and go right back to it tomorrow like nothing happened, you might have a better day. You just got to keep your head up. Things like this happen. You're gonna give hits. You're gonna strike out, make errors. Now it's just learning from it and be ready for the next time.
Yeah, 0 for 4s can turn to 4 for 4s real quick. I'm sure you can easily attest to that. But this, when you look at the action that has happened today, we saw a lot of senior action on this field, and
Yeah.
looks like the Kansas City team looks like a team that's going to be reckoned with. Even the Milwaukee team, they look like they could battle back through some pool play tomorrow and possibly make it to championship game on Sunday. It just is going to see how it breaks on this field for the juniors. The White Sox certainly look like one of the top teams in that particular pool play. It's just going to set up for another great day of baseball tomorrow.
Absolutely, I can't wait. It's going to be fun. Even the Cardinals, they really came out here and competed well. They ended up, losing twice, but what a great day to be out here, man. See these guys, perform, compete, and even getting coached, after the game, that's what it's about.
Right. If you win 12-0, you would think everything was right, but again, there's always something that you can learn and teach if you're a coach to get these guys prepared to be a little better when they come back out here tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Well, it has been a stellar day of baseball again out here at the Urban Youth Academy here in Kansas City. Again, an outstanding facility, and you are certainly welcome to come out here and enjoy some great youth baseball here at the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament. And we'll be happy to have you. And if you can't make it, hey, just go ahead and go to MLB.com and you can check it out there as well.
Yeah.
And I'll be here. Will you be here?
Oh, yeah, I'll be
All right.
here.
And we got other games going on. We got softball action as well. Just check your listings on MLB.com. We've got a lot of great play going on here tomorrow and Sunday. So for my guy right here, the World Series champion, Christian Colon, I'm A.A. Moore. We thank you for joining us. We'll be here tomorrow for more great baseball here at the 2026 MLB Nike RBI Central Region Tournament.